It was a cold, quiet night at the gas station where I worked. The clock on the wall showed 2 a.m., and the only sounds were the hum of the coolers and the occasional car passing by on the empty road. I was sitting behind the counter, trying to keep myself awake by reading a magazine. The gas station was always slow at this hour, and I was looking forward to the end of my shift at 3 a.m. Suddenly, the chime above the door rang, announcing the arrival of a customer. I looked up and saw a man walk in. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood up, casting a shadow over his face. Something about him made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was the way he moved so deliberately and slowly, or the way he seemed to be looking around the store with too much interest. He walked up to the counter and asked for a pack of cigarettes. His voice was low and raspy, sending a shiver down my spine. I reached behind me and grabbed a pack, placing it on the counter in front of him. He didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he pulled out a crumpled $10 bill from his pocket and handed it to me. As I took the money, our hands briefly touched, and I felt a jolt of cold run through me. I rang up the purchase and gave him his change, which he stuffed into his pocket without counting. He picked up the cigarettes and then, as if remembering something, asked if he could also get some gas. I nodded and asked how much he wanted. "Just $20, he said. I punched the amount into the register and handed him a receipt. "Thanks," he said, still in that unsettling voice. He turned and walked out of the store without another word. I watched him through the window as he filled up his old beat-up car. There was something off about him, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just encountered someone dangerous. After he drove away, I tried to go back to my magazine, but I couldn't concentrate. My mind kept drifting back to that man and the strange feeling he had left me with. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting him to come back. The rest of my shift dragged on slowly, and when my relief finally arrived, I was more than ready to go home. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of my phone buzzing. It was a news alert from the local station. Groggily, I picked up my phone and saw the headline, "Gas station robbed, attendant brutally assaulted." My heart started pounding as I read the article. The robbery had happened just an hour after my shift ended, at a gas station only a few miles away from where I worked. The description of the suspect matched the man who had come into my store, tall, thin, wearing a dark hoodie. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized how close I had come to danger. The news report said the attendant had been badly beaten and was in critical condition at the hospital. The suspect had taken all the money from the register and had disappeared into the night. The police were asking for any information that might help catch him. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, replaying my encounter with the man over and over in my mind. I kept thinking about the way he had looked at me, the cold touch of his hand, and the unsettling feeling he had left me with. I wondered if he had been planning to rob my gas station too, but had changed his mind for some reason. Maybe he had been scoping out different places, looking for the right moment to strike. That night, I had to go back to work. But I was more nervous than I had ever been. Every time the door chime rang, I jumped, expecting to see that sinister stranger again. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled over me. I kept imagining what might have happened if he had decided to rob my store instead. A few days later, I saw his face again, this time on the front page of the local newspaper. The police had caught him after he tried to rob another gas station. He had been involved in a high-speed chase and had crashed his car, ending up in the hospital with serious injuries. The photo showed his face clearly for the first time. His eyes were cold and empty, and there was a twisted smile on his lips that sent a shiver down my spine. As I looked at the picture, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of emotions: relief that he had been caught, feared how close I had come to being one of his victims, and a lingering unease that I couldn't quite shake. The memory of that night and the sinister stranger who had come into my store would stay with me for a long time. Working at the gas station was never the same after that. I was always on edge, always looking over my shoulder, and always wary of late-night customers. The world seemed a little darker, a little more dangerous, and I couldn't help but feel that a part of my innocence had been lost forever. This happened on July 29th, 2022, which was just a few weeks ago. I turned 25 the day before. All the restrictions had ruined my previous 2 birthdays, and I was more than ready to make up for lost time. My boy Manuel would be joining me for the celebrations. We met the first day of kindergarten and had been best buds ever since. We've been trapped inside for too long, and this night was our excuse to party like we were 21 again. Our 2 goals were to drink to excess and hook up with some hot chicks. Obviously, we very nearly achieved both, but a crazy incident derailed any hopes that we had for reaching the latter of the 2. The festivities kicked off at about 5 p.m. It was probably too early in retrospect. I was so drunk by 10 I had thrown up and taken a bit of a break. The night was far from over, though. After we stopped for a big dinner and a couple of cups of coffee at IHOP, we were back on the prowl. A friend of ours tends bar at this hole-in-the-wall downtown. We got to drink for free for the rest of the evening. And drink we did. And we didn't just drink, though. Remember, our second goal was to hook up, and the bar was packed full of potential. A table with 2 girls caught my eye, and I grabbed Manuel for the approach. We got the okay to sit down, and things progressed nicely from there. By last call, we were all sufficiently loaded. I can't remember who made the suggestion, but an Uber was called, and we all piled in. The girls shared a small house a few miles away, and this was our destination. Manuel and his girl were all over each other. The girl I was with was considerably less affectionate. I'll admit I was jealous. My girl seemed kind of nervous, and that can sometimes be a bad sign. The ride was only a few minutes. Our driver pulled onto this long gravel driveway. The house sat about 50 yards at the end. We reached the house, and the girls got out first. The doors were still open. I was fumbling around for my phone when I heard a male voice yelling and looked up to see 2 guys. They must have been hiding and waiting for us to arrive. And from what I could make out, one of the guys, the one with the golf club, was my girl's boyfriend or ex-boyfriend. He was calling her all sorts of terrible names, and the second guy just stood back and watched as all this occurred. Manuel and I stayed in a car and waited to see what would happen. Both girls began yelling at this boyfriend, and he wasn't having it. He pushed one into the other, and they both fell to the ground, and things were starting to get real. I wanted to leave, and my decision was made final when the boyfriend began yelling to Manuel and me to get out of the car. He started calling us all types of names, and I guess he thought this would make us mad, but it did the opposite. In fact, I looked over at Manuel and said, "Screw this, man, let's get out of here." He nodded, and we slammed the door shut. I leaned forward and told the driver to go. He didn't need me to ask twice. He slammed the car in reverse, and we spit gravel everywhere. The boyfriend began chasing us and caught up when the driver stopped to turn. He shifted quickly, and we were away, but not before the boyfriend managed to get one hit on the rear fender. The driver didn't appear to care, and we were all just happy to get out unscathed. It may be hard to believe, but I was stone cold sober after that. It was like a switch had been flipped. When we arrived back at our place, we all got out to examine the damage. It wasn't major, but bad enough to see in the dark. The Uber driver told me not to worry because he had insurance, but I felt bad all the same and just gave him an extra $100 in cash. He'd earned that just for saving our butts. He thanked me and took off. Had I been thinking, I would have gotten his name so I could hire him if I needed him in the future, but I was a little distracted. Since then, Manuel and I have laid low. I'd really like to go out again, but the events of that night have got me shook. Some of you may attack me for not standing up for the girls, but I made it a rule not to get involved in fights between a man and a woman, especially between partners. A lot of men have found themselves 6 feet under because they stuck their nose in where it didn't belong, and I refuse to be one of them. Maybe after another month passes, Manuel and I will go see our friend at the bar. If the girl I was with that night happens to see this post, I want you to know Manuel and I had a good time with you and your friend, and I hope everything worked out with your boyfriend. But for all of our sakes, we should probably never meet again. I had a pretty low-key beach wedding, mostly just family and friends. My wife, who I'll just call Mary, invited more people than me for sure. She even invited her ex-boyfriend Tony. I didn't know exactly how I felt about that at the time, but I acted accepting and fine with it because I knew they remained close friends. There were about 50 people at the wedding ceremony, including Tony. I didn't pay him much mind the day of the wedding because it was such a big day and my mind was obviously racing. Tony was friendly to me, but throughout the wedding reception, I noticed Tony would constantly be talking to Mary, and when he wasn't talking to her, he'd be looking in her general direction. I mean, Mary and I were married now, it's not like he had any shot at all. So at the time, I started to think maybe I was just being a little too paranoid. Even if it was slightly annoying, Tony came alone to the wedding, which I thought was just a tad weird that he didn't bring a date. My wife and I stayed in a fancy waterfront hotel that night, and the next day we went back home. A couple of people who didn't make the wedding came by the house to congratulate us and drop off gifts. Surprisingly, Tony stopped by as well. Mary and I had recently moved into a new house together, and Tony claimed to have stopped by to check out her new place and to drop off his gift that he didn't get to give us yesterday. He handed us, well, Mary specifically, an envelope and a little foot-long teddy bear holding a heart. On the heart were our initials, which I actually found to be a nice, thoughtful gift. We gave Tony a tour of the house and he stayed for a beer, but after that, he said he'd better get going and congratulated us once more before leaving. Inside the envelope was a card containing $100. As nice as I thought the gifts were, I still believed he had some serious feelings for Mary, and I asked her to ease back on the friendship a bit. She couldn't see what I saw though, apparently. She swore up and down that they were just very close friends and that there were no feelings left on either side. Mary put the teddy bear next to some of the other gifts on our dressers. While my wife and I were in bed together having a romantic moment, I stopped her when I heard this weird noise. I couldn't put my finger on what it was, but it sounded like a small electrical component. I looked around for my phone and found it was on my nightstand. I chalked it up to being a vibration from a text notification. Like half an hour later, laying in bed with the light off, I once again brought up Tony, asking if he'd texted her since the day before. She said he has, and I got a little annoyed. I repeated myself, saying I don't want her talking to him anymore. She got a little mad at me for accusing her of being interested in him at all. I assured her he was still interested in her. Why else would he stick around in his ex's life like this? She got back at me with her assurance that she doesn't view him romantically at all, that she's no longer attracted to him, and that she broke up with him for a reason. She followed this with she will ease back on her contact with him. I apologized for coming at her like that, and we went to sleep. The next day, when I got home from work, Mary exclaimed that Tony randomly blocked her on Facebook. When she texted him asking what's wrong, he replied, "What do you care? I heard the things you said." When she tried texting back, asking what he was talking about, she saw that he blocked her number now too. I wondered if maybe she but dialed him on her phone while we had that conversation the previous night, but when she checked her call history, his name wasn't there. I wasn't angry, though him blocking her meant I was right that he did still have feelings, and now he be gone. That night, while in bed, we talked about it some more. Then I heard the little electronic vibrating sound again. I looked at the teddy bear on the dresser, then I got up and went to pick it up, and my heart dropped. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and started to tear the bear open. Mary realized it immediately too. The inside of the bear's head was a square electrical component wired to what was very obviously a camera behind the left eye and a microphone box wired to the left ear. This was connected to some kind of Bluetooth device that would probably allow a phone to send and receive data. We went to the police that night with the teddy bear and filed a police report. We then hired a lawyer and pressed charges against Tony for invasion of privacy. The judge ruled in our favor and required Tony to pay us $15,000 each. Mary also got a restraining order against him, and that was the end of him in our lives. Though we still do sometimes worry that he may pay us an unexpected visit. If he was crazy enough to wire a teddy bear to spy on us and possibly watch us in bed together, who knows how far someone like that is capable of going. In the year 2015, I frequently used the app Uber because I wasn't able to drive for 12 months due to some DUI charges. Just a stupid mistake overall. There's this nightclub bar in my town that I would sometimes go to on the weekends with my friends. Sometimes I would get a ride home with a designated driver if we had one, and sometimes we would catch an Uber. This night, I wasn't feeling too great, so I left a little early. It was somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. It was way too cold to walk home, so I called for an Uber. A guy nearby named Jack popped up. I got to be honest, he was a little creepy looking. He was older, didn't really smile in his picture, and he had a grayish goatee with a black beanie cap on. He was only 2 miles away, so I didn't really care. It said he had a Chevy Malibu, which sounded nice, so I requested he come pick me up. I waited on the bench outside the club next to the bouncer, who stood still like a statue, hands folded together. About 5 minutes later, a silver 2003 or something Chevy Malibu pulled up in front of the club. I stood up, a bit disappointed it was such an old, ratty-looking car. The guy didn't call me over or honk or anything, he just waited by the curb. So I got up and entered the back seat of the car. Right away, things got uncomfortable. He didn't say hello, he didn't shake my hand, he didn't even turn his head to look at me. All he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are you headed?" To which I replied with my address. We began moving down Main Street, but in the wrong direction of my house. I told him this, and he turned left at the next intersection. Now we were moving away from the main roads and down the quieter residential areas. He didn't put my address into his phone, so I felt really strange. I didn't know if he was expecting me to direct him or not. I ended up putting my address into my own phone so he could listen. When the GPS said, "Turn left down the next street," he completely missed it. I made a confused hand gesture. He noticed it and said, "I just got to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Even though I was drunk, I still knew something bad was going on. That's when I noticed the handgun sticking out from his middle glove box next to him. By now, I was trying to figure out how to get out of this car. At the next red light, I tried the door handle very quietly, but it wouldn't open. I saw that the child lock was on, and from this point forward, my heart was racing. The man was driving farther out of the direction of my house. We must have been 2 towns over by now. I was getting desperate. I couldn't call the cops because I didn't know what this guy might do. I figured my best option would be attempting to flick the child lock switch next to him by the front seats. I had to somehow slide over to the opposite side of the back seat behind him without him noticing. This was one of the most tense moments of my life. I lost my sight on his head through the rearview mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. I very casually slid behind him. Thankfully, he didn't notice. Now came the scariest part. I had to reach for the button up front at the next red light before he could do anything. Each light we passed, I felt more and more tension build up as I was waiting for one of them to turn yellow. Eventually, one finally did. He slowed the car at an intersection that would usually be busy during daylight hours. It was a perfect escape point. The car came to a stop. I knew this light wasn't very long, so I had to be quick. A car was stopped at the opposite side of the intersection, which made me feel a little better. With all my courage, I reached my hand up to the lit-up child lock button. I must have startled him because he jumped 2 inches out from the seat. He screamed at me, and as I feared he would, he went for the gun right next to him. I was able to open the door and flee to the nearby Cadillac Escalade, where I banged on their windows asking for help. They drove off completely avoiding me, but it didn't matter because the man in his Chevy Malibu was already gone down the block. I ran into a nearby grocery store that was open 24 hours, where I called a taxi this time. This was a very sobering experience because I don't remember being drunk at all in that store or during the taxi ride home. I reported the driver to Uber, who said they would escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a whole week later that an officer finally showed up at my front door for some questioning. That was the end of that. I have no idea what became of that guy, but I've never used an Uber since. It was Halloween night of 2016. I was 23 at the time and lived in my own 2-story house. Now, Halloween in 2016 was a lot different from anything I'd seen before. There were a few months back then where all anyone could talk about were these killer clown sightings and things of that nature. Of course, that year Halloween took place right when the talk of killer clowns was at its peak. I remember a lot of parents not allowing their kids to do any trick-or-treating that year because of it. I myself didn't really have anything planned. I was going to hang out with a couple of friends while handing out candy to the kids that came by, but that was pretty much it. Eventually, toward the end of the night, when the doorbell ring started to slow down, the 3 of us, which was me and my 2 friends, who I'll call Thomas and Kenny for the sake of this story, started talking about general scary Halloween stuff. At one point, Thomas brought up a haunted house down the street. He explained how we should go and see how scary it was. Now, I figured I was to the point where I was too old for all that kind of stuff, but Thomas said it was the real deal. Not that scary, but not scary enough to keep the kids away type of haunted house. Rather, this thing was legit, or at least that's what he said. So, we all agreed to try it out. It was about a 5-minute walk to get there. I didn't say this out loud, but when we did get there, it didn't look like all that Thomas had made it out to be. Honestly, it looked like some teenagers had set it up in only a few hours. We walked inside, and I quickly realized the place was decently packed. There were a lot of other people walking through. The whole thing wasn't that scary. I got jump scared a couple of times, but that was about the extent of it. Though, that was until I saw these 3 clowns. I have to admit the costumes were really good. You could tell they spent a lot of time on them. What was weird, though, was how after they scared us, they continued through the house following us. All of the other people dressed up would just scare us once and wait for the next people to walk through, but these guys literally followed us until we got back outside. This put me on edge, but I didn't say anything. We all walked back to my house, and shortly after, Thomas and Kenny would leave. Maybe 30 minutes after they left, my doorbell went off. Obviously, it wasn't uncommon to get late-night trick-or-treaters, but by this point, it was around midnight. There was no way this was some kid looking for candy, so I ignored it, but just a minute later, I heard footsteps walking around my backyard. I was now just annoyed. In my mind, I was almost positive it was just some teenagers trying to mess with me. I flickered my back porch light on and off multiple times as a way to scare them away. I looked out the window to see if it worked, and that's when I saw 3 men in clown costumes running into the darkness. My mind instantly jumped to earlier that night at the haunted house. But how could they figure out where I lived unless? Well, unless they followed me back home. I went upstairs and texted a group chat with me, Thomas, and Kenny, saying, "Guys, I think those 3 clowns from the haunted house were just in my backyard." Kenny would send a text back saying, "Dude, call the cops." I figured that wasn't a bad idea. At the very least, the cops come here and I file a report for trespassing. As I was dialing 911, the heart-dropping sound of one of the windows from downstairs shattering filled my ears. My phone was still ringing by this point. I locked my bedroom door and hid in the closet. When an operator answered, I whispered that some men in clown costumes had just broken into my house not even a minute ago. I was told to lock myself in a room and hide while staying on the line. A few moments passed when I swear I heard footsteps slowly making their way upstairs. I tried to stay as silent as I could, but for the life of me, I couldn't keep my breathing down. This went on for what felt like forever when the relieving sound of police sirens could be heard outside in the street. Shortly thereafter followed by quick footsteps downstairs and out the back door. After the police made their presence in the house known, I would meet them downstairs. I explained how I heard the intruders leave through the back door, and they would call for backup. Those 3 clowns would not be found that night, and because they were wearing masks the whole time, there's a good chance they'll never be identified. I was left with a broken kitchen window, but surprisingly, nothing was stolen. Though I don't necessarily see this as a good thing, as it proves they weren't there to rob the place. They likely had much worse intentions. Why they targeted me specifically, though, I'm still not sure. It was a cold, rainy night when the stranger walked into our cafe. I had been working the late shift, trying to pass the time by wiping down tables and refilling sugar jars. The usual crowd of night owls and insomniacs were scattered around the place, each absorbed in their own world. The bell above the door jingled, signaling the arrival of a new customer. But this one was different. I looked up, and my heart skipped a beat. The man who walked in was drenched in blood. It soaked his clothes, streaked his face, and dripped from his hands onto the floor. His eyes, however, were calm and clear, as if the blood didn't bother him at all. He walked to the counter and stood there, staring at me for a moment. I couldn't move. I just stared back, my mind racing. Who was he? What had happened to him? Should I call the police? But before I could do anything, he spoke. "I'd like a coffee, please," he said, his voice steady and polite. "And a candy bar," I hesitated, my hand hovering over the phone. His request was so ordinary, so out of place given his appearance. Finally, I managed to speak. "Are you okay?" The man gave a small, almost reassuring smile. "Don't worry," he said. "It's not my blood." Those words sent a chill down my spine. If it wasn't his blood, then whose was it? I didn't dare ask. Instead, I nodded and went about making his coffee. My hands were shaking as I poured the hot liquid into a cup and handed it to him. Then I grabbed a candy bar from the display and placed it next to the coffee. "Thank you," he said, still calm and composed. He took a sip of his coffee and then picked up the candy bar. He stood there for a moment, looking around the cafe. The other customers were starting to notice him too, their conversations dying down as they took in the sight of the blood-soaked stranger. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the cafe, the bell above the door jingling. I watched him through the window as he disappeared into the night, leaving a trail of blood drops behind him. I was left standing there, my mind a whirl of confusion and fear. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I kept glancing at the door, half expecting him to come back or for the police to show up asking questions. But neither happened. The customers slowly returned to their conversations, though the atmosphere in the cafe remained tense and uneasy. When my shift finally ended, I couldn't get the stranger out of my mind. I kept replaying the scene over and over, trying to make sense of it. Who was he? Where had he come from? And whose blood had he been covered in? The next day, I scoured the news for any reports of violence or missing persons, but there was nothing. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The only evidence that he had ever been in the cafe was the bloodstains on the floor, which I had scrubbed away as best I could. As the days turned into weeks, the memory of the blood-soaked stranger began to fade, though it never completely left me. I started to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. But the other customers had seen him too. We occasionally exchanged nervous glances, a silent reminder of the night's strange events. Months later, I was working another late shift when a woman walked into the cafe. She seemed normal enough at first, until she approached the counter and handed me a small blood-stained envelope. My heart skipped a beat as I took it from her. "He wanted me to give this to you," she said quietly, her eyes filled with a strange mix of fear and sadness. Before I could ask what she meant, she turned and left, leaving me alone with the envelope. With trembling hands, I opened it. Inside was a single piece of paper, stained with blood and written in a hurried, shaky script. It read, "Thank you for the coffee and the candy bar. I'm sorry for any trouble I caused. I had to do something terrible that night, but it was necessary. The blood was from someone who had to be stopped. You won't hear from me again, but know that you helped make the world a safer place." There was no signature, no indication of who the stranger was or what he had done. I stared at the note, feeling a mix of relief and unease. The mystery was far from solved, but at least I had some small measure of closure. I never saw the blood-soaked stranger again, but I often thought about him, especially on cold, rainy nights. The memory of that night remained with me, a constant reminder that the world is full of mysteries and that sometimes the scariest stories are the ones that have no clear ending. When I was a kid, my best friend's name was Sarah. We lived only a few miles away from each other and would hang out all the time. I remember that many times I would go sleep over at his house, and he would also stay over at mine sometimes. Both of our houses were pretty average for the most part, although Sarah's was a little bit nicer in my opinion, and it was also a little larger. This event I'm going to talk about took place when we were both 10 years old. Sarah and I went to the same school, and one day late in the school year, I went over to his house after classes. The plan was to sleep over, and I was excited about it. I brought my sleeping bag and would sleep on the floor of his bedroom. After school, I went over to Sarah's house, and we hung out for the rest of the day. I don't remember much, but I'm pretty sure we just played video games and stuff. We had to go to bed at probably like 10 or 11 p.m. So I set up my sleeping bag, and then Sarah turned out all the lights and got into his bed. At his house, every single light was off, and I didn't really like that. In my bedroom at home, I always kept a small lamp on in the corner that gave a little bit of light, and before that, I would have a nightlight in the corner of my bedroom. I just didn't like things to be completely pitch black. I really could barely see anything, but I remember that Sarah's bedroom door was open, and there was a small light from something. I think it was maybe the thermostat. Anyways, I remember trying to fall asleep. Sarah seemed to fall asleep pretty quickly, but I didn't. I really wasn't that tired for some reason. I was lying there awake and eventually tried falling asleep, but after a while, I just couldn't. Sarah's bedroom was towards the end of the hallway where the other bedrooms were. Everybody else in his family had long gone to sleep, and the house was completely silent. But then I thought that I heard the sound of somebody walking. I thought maybe it was Sarah's parents or something. It was very quiet because basically, the entire house was carpet, so it wasn't easy to hear the footsteps, but you still could, especially when it was this quiet. I looked over and then thought that I saw somebody coming into view. I could only see a small part of the hallway through the open bedroom door, but then it seemed like somebody walked towards the doorway. It was so dark that I couldn't see very well, but I kept watching. Then I saw much more clearly a man walking into the doorway of Sarah's room. When I saw this, I realized that even though it was really dark, I could tell that it wasn't Sarah's dad. I had no idea who it could be. I closed my eyes and didn't move a muscle. I was pretending to be asleep even though I wasn't. The man kept standing there for a little while. After probably like 30 seconds, I opened my eyes again, and he was still there. He was just standing in the doorway and facing us. I couldn't completely tell if he was looking at me. I didn't move my head at all and just opened my eyes very carefully. I closed my eyes again and pretended to be asleep. I just hoped that the man wouldn't enter Sarah's room. Then I heard the guy sort of walking away down the hallway. I really didn't know who this guy was or why he was here. I also didn't know if he was going to come back or not. As I laid there, I just kept closing my eyes and didn't move. During this time, I didn't really hear any more noises. I was really too scared to get up and wake Sarah up or do anything else. Eventually, after I'm not even sure how long, I fell asleep. The next thing I knew, I was waking up, and it was still dark out. Sarah was tapping me on the shoulder telling me to wake up. After sitting up in my sleeping bag, I noticed that Sarah's bedroom door was now closed. He then told me that there was a man in the house and the police were on the way. We were supposed to stay in his bedroom and not leave. Then we waited inside Sarah's bedroom and didn't really hear much, but after a while later, the police arrived and we continued to stay in the bedroom. After a long time, Sarah's parents finally came and told us what happened. We found out that a man was located hiding in the basement. I guess he tried opening Sarah's parents' bedroom, and it woke both of them up. The man fled, and Sarah's parents called the cops. Then they knew that the man was at the other end of the house, and Sarah woke up from the noise. He then left the bedroom to see what was going on, and when he returned, he woke me up. I guess it was the same man that I had seen. I'm really glad that the man didn't cause any harm. I never found out why he had entered or how he had entered the house. I slept over at Sarah's house multiple times after that, and luckily nothing like that ever happened again. So this is way back in the 80s when we didn't have dashboard GPS or Google Maps or whatever to help us out on the road. All we had was our trusty old coffee stain road maps to guide us on our way. But before you all start thinking that this is me reminiscing about happier, simpler times, don't get it twisted. I wouldn't turn back the clock for $1,000,000, because if I'd had GPS back when I was a young man, I mightn't have gotten into half the trouble I did while driving. I have 2 incidents to talk about today. The first one occurred south of the border down in Mexico. I was making the 40-mile drive from Morelia to Ciudad Hidalgo, and back in those days there were only 2 routes you could take. One was the National Road, which wasn't all that bad, but then there was the old National Road, which was, I'm pretty sure, designed by an actual sadist. It's a hilly highway known to the locals as Mil Cumbres, meaning 1,000 curves, and for good reason too. That thing is like riding a roller coaster in sections. And I've heard of other drivers getting actual motion sickness when they've attempted to traverse it. But ironically, as horrible as it is to drive, it has some of the best views of any drive you are ever likely to experience. If you take it real slow and careful, it can actually be quite pleasant. My grandpa in particular used to love driving up there. People said he was loco, and he probably kind of was, but he was right about Mil Cumbres. Sometimes the rewards really did outweigh the risks. So on this one particular day, me and my grandfather drive up on the Mil Cumbres, and we're just cruising while we watch the sun go down over Michoacan. When it was full dark, Grandpa decided to take one last run along the highway before we returned home. I'm looking out the window marveling at the stars in the sky. It's amazing how much clearer you can see the stars down there, and it was always one of my favorite things to do whenever I went to Mexico as a kid. I was just lost in how vast the universe seemed when suddenly Grandpa slams on the brakes of the car so hard I violently lurched forward in my seat. I thought we'd only narrowly avoided an accident or something, but when I looked onto the road ahead of us, there were no other cars to be seen. I asked my grandpa what's going on, thinking it might have been a false alarm or something, but he looked seriously freaked out as he starts backing up and turning us around. There's my giant, tough-as-nails abuelo, and he's terrified by something, so naturally, I start freaking out too. I turn in my seat as he turns the car, trying to get a glimpse of whatever he's obviously fleeing from, but still there's nothing in the road. Yet as we're speeding away, I see something move out of the trees at the side of the road. It was only a silhouette, but it was obvious it was a person, and they were carrying something long and heavy, something I only later realized was a gun. I found out years later that bandidos used to operate on those roads. They usually only targeted cargo trucks or the flashier cars of businessmen driving to and from Ciudad, Mexico. But when my abuelo saw those dudes just walking out of the trees towards us, he didn't want to take any chances. Definitely the scariest story from when I was a kid, but I think it was rooted in seeing how scared my abuelo was. On the other hand, I have a story from my 30s that happened when I was driving alone, and I didn't need any sense of childish wonder to get the complete life scared out of me. This isn't nearly as long as the Mexico story, but as you'll see, it doesn't need to be. I'm driving over to my parents' place in rural Illinois. This is a drive I've made countless times before, so I'm completely on autopilot. So when I catch a glimpse of a deer in my peripheral vision, I slam on the brakes trying to avoid plowing into this thing while doing 60. My heart is pounding while I'm just sitting there waiting for the thing to run out into the road, only nothing shows. Now, since the light in my car happened to be busted, I kept a small flashlight and a map on the passenger seat next to me. So, wondering where the deer disappeared to, I grabbed the flashlight and start shining it out into the trees at the side of the road. After a second, I see the deer's eyes reflecting some of my flashlight back at me, so I know it's still there, just staring at me. Only when I actually light the thing up, I see it's not a deer at all. It's just a deer's head, staked into the dirt, facing the road. I have never hit the gas so hard before in my entire life. I raced away from that thing like it was a nuclear bomb about to go off. I was burning rubber, man, and as hard and fast as I pushed that old truck, it still didn't feel fast enough. I don't know if it was just a case of some local hunters playing a pretty grisly prank or if it was something, I don't know, evil. But you can bet your butt I never drove that road on autopilot anymore, 'cause I didn't want to meet whoever cut that poor thing's head off. This story takes place when I was a junior in high school. For context, here's a little background information. Back in the day, I was a pretty involved student, took all the hard classes, and was in a few varsity sports. In one of these ways, I was always busy and didn't have much time for myself. Part of me was thankful for that. It provided me an escape from a world where my parents had recently parted ways and my older brother had just gone to college. It was just me and my little brother then. He also was a swimmer and a smart kid in his own right. We were really similar, even to this day, but probably because of the stress our family situation put on us at the time, we didn't get along well at all. One of those wet winter days in the Midwest, I'd put in my time at school and swim, and I still had to sit down for several hours of homework. This time, I had to write an essay for some advanced class that I wasn't really interested in. I dropped my swim bag at the door when I got home and looked around my house to see if anyone was home. Empty. Dad must be out with Carwin at swim practice. His club team had the slot at the pool after the high school team was done. I popped in a mouthful of Cheez-Its and headed down to the basement to my office to get some schoolwork done. The house was a middle-class two-story with an unfinished basement, with the exception of what I referred to as my office. From a career past, my dad used to work from home but no longer did. I was the only one who used this place, so my family, or what was left of it, just called it Azaria's office. So I made my way across the concrete floors and unattached carpet scraps down there to the one finished out room in the basement. I flicked on the CFL light. It was like any other night after practice. I still had hours of homework to do, so I turned on the computer and started typing away. I was typing for what seemed like an hour, trying to bring words to what the concept of hedonism and the picture of Dorian Gray meant to me as best I could, or as convincingly as I could. Out of the dark, I heard my little brother call out to me, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." Almost reflexively, I called back to him, "Carwin, I'm working. What do you need?" We would yell through the house like brothers do, but it took me a minute to realize I didn't hear him come home. I got no response, only for a couple of minutes, though. Again, I heard my little brother's voice sing out, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." It felt strange hearing those words carry across the dark concrete floor. He's supposed to be at swim practice. I called back out to him, asking if he needed anything, but again I received no answer. I thought about just starting my essay again, but the family situation was delicate at best, and I didn't want to be in trouble if my little brother actually needed something. I made the decision to get up and go find out for myself. I bounded up the basement staircase the only way a high schooler can, and I called out again for my brother, "Carwin, what's up? I'm really busy." I checked all around the main floor looking for my little brother or even signs he was home. No shoes, no backpack, so he wasn't home, and there was no car in the driveway either. The only reason my dad would be gone right now would be to pick him up. Satisfied, I turned back for the stairs when I heard my little brother's voice ring out again, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." This time, every hair on my body stood on end. It just didn't make sense. He had to be at practice, and if he really needed me, he would have come to me. I got to the base of the second floor stairs and called out to him one more time, "Carwin, what's going on? Are you okay?" For a minute, no answer. "Carwin, I'm really busy. Can you tell me what's up?" It was quiet for way too long as I stared up the dark staircase. Logically, I had no reason to believe anyone was up there until I heard Carwin's voice calmly speak this time, and not call out in his sing-song way those same 4 words, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." "What?" I asked under my breath. I couldn't comprehend the situation. I did a quick inventory of any probable scenario: break-in, wrong voice, a prank. I would have seen something at this point. It had to be Carwin, and maybe helping him would make me a good brother, so I began up the stairs. My heart pounded with each step, and I was about to make the landing to the dark second floor when I heard the buzz of the garage door motor. I ran back down the stairs and looked out the window. It was my father's sedan, and he and my little brother got out. I stumbled from the window to the hall where they would enter, and I felt my heart almost stop beating. I collapsed on the floor and just started to cry uncontrollably. A few years ago, I used to play video games and stream them online. I was not really popular or anything, I just did it for fun. I would stream on Twitch for my friends, and usually anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 of them would watch. Sometimes they would play with me in the games as well. Every now and then a few other random people would watch the stream too, but I never got more than like 10 viewers at once. I wasn't trying to become famous or anything. One night, I was streaming Fortnite. It was almost a nightly thing for me to do at the time. I was playing with my friend Luck, who was also watching the stream. I remember that at one point, I saw there was another viewer, and soon the new viewer started talking in the chat and leaving comments. I did not recognize the username to be any of my friends, and I realized it was a new person. I said hi to them and welcomed them to the stream. The person responded, saying hi, but a short time later, their comments turned bad. It started with basic insults, calling me names and cursing at me. I assumed it to be some teenage kid just messing around on a Twitch account. I remember asking on the stream why he was so angry. My friend was thinking that it was really funny, though. The comments then got threatening. The user said something like they were going to find me and they knew where I lived or something along those lines. Obviously, I didn't take the threat very seriously. I really had no idea why they would act this way because my stream was always pretty fun and lighthearted. The first comment the person made that really raised my eyebrows, though, was when they mentioned my real name. They said they knew my name, and when I asked what it was, the user commented it. This shocked me because my name was not my username or anything, and this person knew my last name as well. It was then that I figured it had to be one of my friends messing with me, and that's what Luck thought as well. I remember Luck asking who it was, going through a list of friends that he thought it could be. The person denied it all. After going back and forth for a bit, the person eventually left, and I ended the stream a short time later. But the very next night, the person was back. I went back on what I usually did and was playing Fortnite again. Luck also joined, and it was just the two of us like the night prior. Well, maybe 30 minutes into the stream, the mystery person returned. They started commenting again, picking up right where they left off, but this time they said they were going to my house. I was kind of like, okay, buddy, let's see it, and still not taking it seriously. They went quiet in the chat for a while, but then out of nowhere, the person commented that they were at my house. Then I heard this loud knocking coming from the front door. I lived in a house that I rented with a roommate during this time. My roommate was gone at work, and I was at home by myself. After I heard the knocking, I told Luck about it, who seemed shocked. This definitely had to be a friend, I said. I was getting up and went over to go look. After leaving my bedroom and starting to enter the living room, I could see somebody through the front window. There was a man standing on the front step who was wearing all black and a ski mask. He did not resemble any of my friends, but I guess it could have been one of them. I just had a bad feeling about it, though, like this was somebody else. I went back into my bedroom and asked the guy through my stream what he wanted. He did not respond to this, but loudly knocked again on the front door. I was not going to answer it. The mysterious man then made a comment that he hated my car. I don't know why he said this, but then he left the stream. I really had no idea as to what was going on. Me and Luck talked about who it could be, and I told him that I thought it was someone totally random. Luck was telling me that I should go out and confront the guy. Eventually, I left my bedroom to go check, but the guy was gone now. I looked out of every window and didn't see him. Well, the next day, I was leaving for work. When I got to my car in the driveway, there was a big dent in the driver's door, like somebody had hit it with something. I remembered the comment the guy made about hating my car, which is a Pontiac Aztek. Now I knew none of my friends would go so far as to damage my vehicle. After that, I decided to stop streaming for a while. I told all my friends about it, and like I expected, none of them knew who it could be. It remains a mystery to me to this day. I don't live in that house anymore. I did stream on Twitch again a while after it happened, but the guy never joined another stream or at least never said anything. This is one of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. For the hunting season of 2017, I got in on a lease with a guy from work. I didn't have time to check the area out before the season started, so the inevitable occurred, and I got lost my first day. That morning, I left the camp just before dawn. I'm not the kind that hunts from a stand. I'm your traditional stalk and shoot type of hunter. Since I wasn't familiar with the lease, and I stupidly left my GPS back at the camp, I had to stick to the main paths in order to not get lost. Most of the morning, I did well. However, as I grew tired, I lost focus and veered from the trail. In my defense, I came across this really fresh set of tracks. Of course, I had to follow them. The sucky thing was that they continued on to a neighboring property, and I had to stop following them. When I looked up, I realized I was way off the trail and didn't know how to get back. The rest of the day was spent trying to find my way back to camp. About an hour before dark, I noticed a rundown house and cabin in the distance. By now, I wasn't sure whose property I was on. I hoped that if somebody was living there, they could help me. But as I got closer, I could tell the place had been abandoned for a good while. I knocked to make sure, but with no reply, I made myself at home. My first goal was to get a fire going. After I did that, I began combing through the cabinets for food and other things I thought could help me. Not much, but a questionable can of chili and some candles were found. I heated up the chili over the fire and combined it with a half-eaten bag of chips. After dinner, I looked through the bedroom and discovered an old map of the area. I wasn't sure how accurate it would be after all that time, but I was happy to find it. I spread it out on the floor in front of the fireplace and planned my course for the morning. I was shocked to see that I had veered over 5 miles from where I'd started. At some point, I must have dozed off. During the night, I had a super vivid dream that a man was sitting in the chair next to me and just staring. He never said a word, and when I jerked awake and saw that I was alone, I was relieved and quickly fell back asleep. The following morning, I woke up at 6:15 and got my stuff together. I made sure the fire was completely out and headed back to camp. I just stepped from the house when I came face to face with a strange man, the guy from my dream, in fact. I was confused at first, and when he spoke, I knew my dream had really happened. This man was holding an old Marlin 30-30, not an odd sight for a hunter during deer season. This dude didn't look like a hunter, though. He wore an old, dirty backpack and normal, bright yet dingy street clothes. His eyes had a very crazed look to them that made me uncomfortable to gaze at. I was surprised but regained my calm and said good morning. Instead of saying it back, he just stared at me with those crazed black eyes. I began to say something, but he interrupted and asked what I was doing in the cabin. Before I could answer, he blurted out that it was his place. I continued to explain what had happened the day before. The entire time I was telling him this, he was gripping the rifle so tightly his knuckles were beginning to turn white. His behavior was beginning to scare me. The only thing I wanted to do was get back to camp and then home. The last word had barely left my lips before he angrily told me that it was his place. It appeared to have been empty for quite a while, but I wasn't going to argue with him. I apologized as quickly as I could and went on my way. For a good 100 yards or more, I kept looking behind me. I was waiting to get shot in the back. Every time I looked back, he was staring maniacally back at me, death gripping his gun. It took a couple of hours to find my way back, but by then, I'd had plenty of time to dwell upon our encounter, and I was truly freaked out by then. It actually hit me. The guys that were still in camp were happy to see me and asked what had happened. I just said I got lost and camped out for the night, never mentioning the nutcase that I met. I doubt that they would take it seriously anyhow. The whole experience had me so scared I wanted nothing more than to get home. The other guys must have thought I was crazy. After throwing all my stuff into the back of my truck, I tore off out of there and never returned. I knew I would never be able to feel safe knowing that Kook was somewhere out in the woods, possibly watching our party. That following Monday, my friend asked what had caused me to leave so abruptly. I made up some lie about my wife being sick. I'm not sure if he even believed it. Nothing was said about it again, and maybe, just maybe, things are better that way. A long time ago, I'm talking like 8 years ago, 2 friends and I, Kristen and Shaw, did something really stupid. But at the time, doing stupid things was what we did to pass the time. We're not really friends with Kristen anymore, but Shaw and I still talk often, and so oftentimes we'll talk with each other about this story. We were 19 years old. We lived in New Jersey. Lots of vacant houses in our old town, and atop a hilly road not far from our houses was an abandoned church. Locals knew about the church. It was on a closed-off road and had been abandoned for many years. I'm not sure if it's still standing or what the current state of it is, as I live in Florida now. But Kristen, Shaw, and I, being the troublemaking thrill seekers we were, came up with this genius plan of bringing a Ouija board to the church. Late one night, this was October, so I guess we were doing it in honor of spooky season. Shaw had the Ouija board in his closet, so he brought it. I drove the 3 of us, so I first picked up Kristen, then Shaw, and we just drove straight towards the church. Since the road up the hill to the church was literally blocked off, we had to park on the side of the road and walk from there. We followed the road up the hill to the church using one flashlight at first, so as not to overdo it and draw any possible attention. But once we were atop the hill, we pretty much all three of us turned on our flashlights. The church was surrounded by woods in basically all directions and had a gravel parking lot alongside it. The church had been broken into 1,000,000 times before and was littered with graffiti, so the big front door was already ajar. Two of us had to work together to pull it open because it scraped on the floor. Once inside, we naturally just looked around the place with our flashlights to make sure no one else was in there. It was definitely creepy being in that place at night. Shaw set up the Ouija board, then he pulled out these 3 candles from his backpack as well, and he laughed and said it would add to the experience. He placed the 3 candles in a triangle formation around the board, and as they were all lit, we turned off our flashlights. Now the only light in the whole place was from the candles, creating a much more eerie and uncomfortable vibe. We really couldn't see more than maybe 6 feet in all directions, so we began playing with the Ouija board. Shaw was doing most of the talking at this point. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he definitely opened with, "Is anybody there?" in the typical cliché Ouija board questions. The planchette started to move, and we started to laugh. I knew it was one of them doing it. I feel like it's not possible to play with a Ouija board with your friends without someone jokingly moving around the planchette. We went along with it, though, and whoever was moving it spelled out a few words. As this was going on, though, we heard a weird crack-type sound come from the altar of the church. The best way I could describe it is it sounded like a big piece of wood cracking in half. It was loud, and it sounded like it was done by someone. We all jumped in reaction and hurried to shine our phones' flashlights in the direction of the altar. There was no one there as far as we could see. I think both of them were just as freaked out as I was after that, but the place was old and falling apart, so some weird noises here and there didn't seem that crazy. And so we kept going. We all took turns asking the board questions, but the planchette was no longer moving. I think because that crack sound freaked all 3 of us out, and now we were taking it more seriously. This went on for some time until another sound from the altar area broke the silence again. But before we even had time to shine our lights over there again, something landed on the Ouija board, causing all of us to jump and scream. It was a rock about the size of a golf ball. All 3 of us just had our hands on the planchette 2 seconds ago. There was no way any of us could have done that. We all 3 got up and ran back out of the church screaming, leaving the Ouija board and candles behind. We ran all the way down the hill and back to my car, and fearing we were being chased, we didn't stick around. I drove us all back to Kristen's house, where we just sat in the car for a good half-hour talking, wondering what exactly just happened. Shaw is very religious and superstitious as well. He was confident we had reached a spirit of some kind. I don't really believe in any of that stuff. I believe there was someone else in the church with us, which I find to be equally terrifying. Shaw went back to the church the next day with Kristen to get his Ouija board back, and to make things even stranger, the Ouija board was missing, but the candles were still in place. When they saw it was missing from the entrance, they decided to just leave right away. This remains to be the single scariest experience of my life. No one knew where it came from. We all went to sleep the night before and it was there the next morning. Not even the owners of the house on both sides had a clue how it got there. Neither homeowner ever heard as much as the hiss of air brakes during the whole of that night. The only real indication of how it arrived was the trailer it was sitting upon. I was still relatively young at the time, around 13, but the subject was a hot topic around the neighborhood, and every person I spoke to, whether a kid or an adult, was eager to talk about it. Our neighborhood was somewhat new and off by itself, and it wasn't out of the ordinary for folks to dump things out there. Dogs and cats were the most common, but 1 or 2 cars would turn up every year. A house, though, no one had ever seen that or expected it. The days passed, but no information could be gotten from anywhere. Soon, it began to take on a spooky and haunted reputation, along with its phantom-like arrival in the dark of the night. It did look a little similar to that house from Psycho. The stories first reached me while I was talking to a friend's younger brother. Among the grade school kids, the house was becoming a very real symbol of fear, although it was just an old empty house to me. This fear didn't prevent some of the more adventurous of them from entering and exploring it. I witnessed a particularly funny episode just by chance while loafing aimlessly around the streets. I was passing by in time to see a preteen boy running from the house in terror, claiming that something had grabbed him. Whether his imagination had gotten the best of him or an older kid was having a bit of fun, the horror put upon this abandoned house had fully taken root in the neighborhood. While all this was going on, a real boogeyman had been forgotten about. I'll not put his actual name here, not because of privacy, but that of the victims. We'll call him Alex. Alex had grown up in the neighborhood and until he was arrested, was well liked. But a lot of the parents had voiced their fears early on because of his habit of hanging around younger boys. When he was released from jail, he was allowed to move in with his folks. Anyone who wasn't aware of his proclivities beforehand knew now. Every parent in the neighborhood watched him closely, but when the ghost house popped up, people's focus had shifted. A few of us teenagers were riding our bikes around the neighborhood. The father of a boy we'll call Billy was looking for his son. I overheard him speaking to a young kid close by, asking if he had seen him. Nonchalantly, the boy said that he had seen Billy going into that ghost house with Alex just a few minutes prior, and this got my full attention. The shock on the father's face is still crystal clear in my mind. I turned around and watched the father run full speed into the house. Most of us there stood transfixed as we saw Billy's dad disappear inside. Things were quiet for about the first 30 seconds, then all of a sudden a loud ruckus broke out, followed by Alex flying out of the doorway and onto the ground below. Billy's dad was close behind. He leapt onto Alex, throwing fists as he landed. Billy came out a few seconds later, crying for his dad to stop. His dad ignored him, standing up and kicking Alex to the ground over and over. Alex eventually got to his feet and ran for home. Billy and his dad were right behind him. I continued to watch until they disappeared from my sight. Billy and Alex would both claim later on that nothing had happened between them. Either way, Billy's dad had the support of most of the community, and Alex declined to press charges on him. Alex would eventually move away and out of the minds of most of us until he was arrested 3 years later for abducting and killing 2 boys near his new home. Only then did we realize how lucky Billy had been that night. As I'd fallen asleep, I remember wondering what was going to happen to Alex and Billy's dad. When I woke up, things were normal for a summer morning. Around 9, I was making a bowl of cereal when I got a phone call. It was a friend of mine, and he was short of breath and excited. "The ghost house, it's gone, man." I hung up and hopped on my bike. When I arrived at the end of the street, I looked down and saw the empty lot as it used to be. I rode down to it, and a small group was gathered, talking to the neighbors. It was much the same as the morning when it appeared. They hadn't heard or seen anything strange. It seemed to leave just as silently as it had arrived. To this day, I haven't met a soul who knows anything about that house. Sometimes I think I dreamt the whole thing up, but then I speak to an old friend from the neighborhood and my memories are confirmed. Of course, I don't believe it was haunted or anything like that, but I know for sure that something was wrong about it, and I pray that I never see it again. I'm a teacher, and this is something that happened a couple of years ago. It was during my 4th year teaching at the high school that I still currently teach at. I teach math and had 4 different classes throughout the day that semester. It kept me very busy between teaching, preparing lessons, and grading assignments. One day, about a month into the school year, I was teaching like any other. It was the first hour of the day, and I was in the middle of going through a problem on the whiteboard. That's when the phone rang in my classroom. I paused what I was doing and walked over to answer it. I was told the school was being locked down, but I wasn't told why. After that, the announcement came over the entire school intercom. Some of the kids in class started to talk and asked me what the cause of the lockdown was. I honestly didn't know, and I told them that. I did what I was supposed to do and turned out the lights and locked the doors. I instructed the students to the back of the classroom. There were 20 kids in my class, and they all did what I said but still wanted to know why we were in a lockdown. I knew this was not a drill, and I was pretty curious myself. I went to my desk and sat down in the chair. Then we all just waited. Minutes went by, which felt like forever. After about 10 minutes, my cell phone started vibrating. It was on top of my desk, and I picked it up to see who was calling me. It was a number that I didn't recognize. I was about to let it ring, but I thought it was possibly information about the lockdown. It may have been from another teacher whose number I didn't have yet. It could have been from another staff member as well. That's what was going through my mind in the moment. At the last minute, I accepted the call. I held the phone up to my ear and listened as I heard a man start to speak. I didn't really recognize his voice. He spoke professionally and told me that I was needed in the principal's office immediately. I asked why, and I was told that it would be discussed when I got there. I was very confused. I said I couldn't leave my class, and I was told that I needed to go anyway. Then he hung up. I saw my students looking at me, no doubt wondering what I was told on the phone. Then one of them spoke up and asked. I told them the truth and said somebody asked me to the principal's office, and I really didn't know why. I was debating whether I should go or not. I got up from my desk and walked over to the door. Then I looked out the window and into the hallway. It was very empty, but then I saw someone. It was sort of far to the left, just barely in my view. There was a man standing there wearing all black, including a ski mask. I quickly moved back after seeing him. One of the students asked me if I was going to go, and I said no, I wasn't. I told everyone to stay at the back of the class, and I joined them. I had no clue who the person in the hallway was, but the fact that they were wearing a ski mask could not be good. They were likely the reason for the lockdown. I didn't want my students to know that the person was so close. Though, things were very silent for a few minutes. We couldn't hear anything from out in the hallways. It felt like forever, and the more time that went by, the more worried I became. I got another phone call on my phone from the same number, but I ignored it. They called back again, and at that point, I turned off my phone entirely. We all waited in the classroom for almost an hour. Finally, I got another call on my phone in the classroom. I walked over and picked it up. I was told that the lockdown was over, and then there was an announcement over the intercom letting us know class was over, and I let the students out. When I found out more details from the lockdown, I couldn't believe it. The person in the ski mask was a former student of our high school. He was also a former student of mine, who I had failed. He came back to the school, and he was the one who called me on my cell phone as well. I'm not sure how he got my number, but he did. He was trying to get me out of my classroom. I'm not sure what he was planning to do then, possibly attack me. I don't want to think about that. Luckily, he was spotted by a faculty member, which sent the school into a lockdown. Eventually, the police came and were able to locate the suspect and catch him, although he was able to evade them for quite a while. I still can't believe it even to this day. I can't imagine what would have happened had I left the classroom. It was too strange, though, and I never really seriously considered it. I could tell that something was really suspicious. Still, I will never forget seeing him in the hallway. It was one of the scariest sights of my life. This is something that happened back in the year 2004. I'm a female and was 24 years old at the time. I had just recently joined a bowling league because I have always enjoyed bowling. I was okay, but after the first time bowling with the team, I realized that I needed more practice. So, there was this kind of small bowling alley pretty close to where I lived. I remember that one night I asked a few friends if they wanted to go with me, but they were not able to. Instead of not going, I decided to bowl by myself to get the practice. That night, I went to the alley. It was not that busy, and like I said, the place was kind of small and also old. I got the lane on the very far right end of the alley, which was nice because it felt more private. I set my stuff on one of the several chairs they had right in front of the lanes. Nobody was bowling at any of probably the next 5 lanes to my left. So, I bowled a few games and was getting some good practice in. I'd been there for almost an hour when I turned around after bowling one time and suddenly realized that there was a man sitting at my lane. He was in one of the seats, not far away from my stuff at all. The man was sort of large, bald, and had a goatee, and from just his chin, the hair was really long. He also had several tattoos. I did not know where he had come from. He appeared to just be watching me bowl. I thought that maybe he would say something to me, but he did not. He just kept sitting there. So, I just kept bowling. It was awkward, to say the least, but I only had several more frames before I was done, and then I would be leaving. The man just kept sitting there the entire time. I thought about saying something to him, like asking him what he was doing, but I didn't. So, before long, I was done bowling. I went and sat in a seat just 2 away from him and changed out of my bowling shoes. Then I got my stuff. In that entire time, the man still did not say anything. After that, I went up to return the bowling shoes. The man did not get up when I did. After I had returned the shoes, I looked back to the lane that I bowled at, and the man was now gone. I figured that he left, and then I headed for the exit. There was a parking lot on the side of the building, which is where I had parked. I walked over to the side door, and there were 2 sets of doors. When I went through the first one, I noticed the man was standing in the small area between the next set of doors. I got a bad feeling when I saw him. I walked past and then out the doors and into the parking lot. Moments later, I heard the door open again. I knew that the man was now leaving, and I wondered if he was following me. There were several cars scattered around the parking lot. It was not well lit and pretty dark outside. The town was pretty quiet as well, but there were some other places nearby. So, as I was walking to my car, I heard footsteps behind me, and they sounded somewhat fast. I was going to my vehicle, but I just had a bad feeling about it. Just going with my instincts, I changed directions and did not go to my car anymore. I walked more towards the front of the parking lot where there was a sidewalk. When I turned, I heard the guy turning behind me. I walked to the sidewalk and then started going down it. I didn't know where I was going at first, but I saw that this bar was open just down the street. So, I started heading in that direction. The man behind me followed the entire way. However, luckily, he did not catch up to me but maintained a distance. It was very obvious that he was following me, though. So, I kept going down the sidewalk and was able to make it to the bar. I had only been there once before, so I didn't know it that well, and I didn't know anybody inside. But I went inside, and there were a good number of other people around, so I felt safer. The man went inside as well, though. I stood around near the bar, and the man stood at the other end of it. I then walked towards the bathrooms. I was going to go into the women's restroom and call one of my friends. Luckily, I did have my cell phone with me. However, when I reached the hallway where the restrooms were, I noticed that they had a back exit. So, I decided to just leave through there. The man would not notice because he couldn't see from where he was and probably assumed that I just went to use the restroom. I left and then literally ran all the way back to my car. Luckily, I was able to make it. I then drove home and made it back okay. I still feel to this day that I avoided possibly a terrible situation. I don't know who that guy was, but I know for a fact that he was following me. I went to that same bowling alley several more times and never saw him there again. It was 4th of July, 2015. The park by my house was having their annual fireworks show, but it always gets way too crowded and chaotic, plus parking is non-existent. Little did most people know there's a little sump next to the park that had a perfect view of the fireworks show. I found this out through one of my friends one year. This sump was accessible through one of the dead-end residential streets that ran alongside the park. Since the 4th was on a Saturday this year, it would probably be even more crowded, but it would also make a perfect date. I was talking to this girl, Alice, I met in one of my classes the previous semester, and we'd already been on a few dates over the course of a few months. I asked her if she'd want to go to the fireworks show with me, and she said she already really wanted to go, so absolutely. She came to my house first, and then we walked from my house to the park since it was so close. And we were bringing alcohol. I told her we'd have our own little private spot to watch the show that no one else really knew about. And she said she was super down. Along with some tequila and soda, I brought a big blanket for us to lay on in my backpack. There was already a lot of commotion by the park entrance. We walked right past it as the cars were piling up in the parking lot. We continued down the dead end where the sump was. The sump was rectangular and fenced off, but it was very easy to get inside. The gate wasn't even locked. Inside the sump was just a bunch of trees and then at the bottom of it, a small grass clearing where we planned to lay out the blanket. I led us to the gate, which yet again wasn't locked, and I quietly opened and closed it. I told her to be careful as we walked downhill into the sump. It was around 8 o'clock, which was when the fireworks were supposed to start. I laid out the blanket on the smoothest part of the ground. I didn't take into account how dark it would be in there before the fireworks started, so we both turned on our phone flashlights and laid them down just as temporary lights. We started making tequila sodas right away. From down in the sump, we couldn't really hear any other people from up in the park, just the occasional car horns honking. It was right around the time we started the first drink that both of us heard something from behind us. It was like the sound of brush being stepped on. We turned around to see darkness. I pointed my flashlight over there, but it didn't really reach that far. The iPhones back then were like the 6s. I don't remember their flashlights being the best. Alice asked me how likely it was that other people would come down here. I replied that other than a couple of my friends knowing about it, I doubted anyone else would come down. I explained to her that it could have been a small animal. The first fireworks were shot into the air, which startled us. The fireworks would light up the entire sump briefly though, especially the bigger ones and when multiple were shot at once. At this point, we drank and watched the fireworks for a solid few minutes before again I heard something behind us. I don't think Alice heard it, but she looked back when I looked and asked what I was looking at. I said nothing, not wanting to scare her. This was my idea after all, but now I was getting paranoid. I decided to turn around and stare into the trees and brush, and as the sump lit up again from multiple big fireworks exploding, I saw a black figure standing in the trees and brush above us. They appeared to be hiding. I whispered, "There's someone up there." She turned and looked, but now it went dark again because there was a short few-second gap in fireworks. When the sump lit up again, the figure I saw wasn't there anymore. I surely freaked her out though because she said she wanted to leave. Since we were both definitely creeped out now, we agreed to leave while the fireworks were still going, lighting the sump up. I packed up the blanket and alcohol, and of course, the fireworks show ended right there. It was now dark and quiet again in the sump, so we turned our flashlights back on and walked up the hill. As we neared the top, I couldn't help but shine my flashlight into the trees and the general vicinity that I saw that figure before, and I felt my heart skip a beat seeing a black figure again maybe 10 feet away. It appeared to be a person in a black hoodie or a robe with the hood up, even though it was like an 82-degree night. They were standing behind a big tree, but then as if in response to the light, they started to run through the brush at us. I pushed Alice along to hurry up as they yelled to go. We got the hell out of there and basically ran down the street until we were around other people. We weren't followed. I'm not sure what that person was doing in there, but it seemed they were stalking us the entire fireworks show, and them running towards us meant they wanted to hurt us. I only saw one person, so I believe they were alone, but I could be wrong. I stayed clear from going in that sump ever again. I have always loved traveling, seeing new places, meeting new people, and staying in unique accommodations were my passions. So when I found a charming old house listed on Airbnb, I booked it without hesitation. It was a large Victorian-style home in a small, quiet town. The price was cheap, and the pictures showed a cozy, well-kept place with antique furniture and a lovely garden. I arrived on a chilly Thursday evening. The house was even more beautiful in person. Its white walls and dark wooden beams gave it a timeless look. The garden was filled with flowers, even in the late autumn weather. I rang the doorbell and was greeted by the host, Mrs. Hilda, a sweet elderly lady with kind eyes and a warm smile. She showed me around the house, explaining the rules and pointing out the amenities. Everything seemed perfect. After settling into my room, I decided to explore the house. The living room had a large fireplace, and the kitchen was stocked with everything I might need. There was a long hallway with several doors leading to different rooms. Mrs. Hilda mentioned that some areas were off-limits, like the basement. "It's old and dusty down there," she said. "Not much to see." That first night, I slept well. The bed was soft, and the room was quiet. But the next day, something strange happened. As I was having breakfast, I heard a noise coming from the basement. It sounded like a faint, muffled cry. I ignored it at first, thinking it was just the old house settling or perhaps a cat outside. But the noise continued, growing louder and more desperate. Curiosity got the better of me. I went to the basement door and pressed my ear against it. The crying was coming from inside. I knocked lightly, but there was no response. I tried the door, but it was locked. I felt a chill run down my spine. I found Mrs. Hilda in the garden, tending to her flowers. "Excuse me, Mrs. Hilda," I said, trying to sound casual. "I heard some noises coming from the basement. Is everything all right down there?" She looked at me with a strange expression. "Oh, that must be the wind," she said quickly. "This old house makes all sorts of noises." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't want to press her. Instead, I decided to investigate on my own. That evening, after Mrs. Hilda went to bed, I took a flashlight and quietly made my way to the basement door. The crying had started again, more desperate than before. I searched the house for a key and eventually found one in a drawer in the kitchen. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door. The basement was dark and cold. The air smelled musty, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling. I followed the sound of the crying, my heart pounding in my chest. At the far end of the basement, I found a small makeshift room. Inside, sitting on a dirty mattress, was a man. He looked thin and frail, with a long beard and sad eyes. His clothes were tattered, and he shivered in the cold. "Help me," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "Please help me." I was shocked. "Who are you?" I asked. "What are you doing here?" "My name is Yuri," he said. "I used to be a tenant here, but I lost my job and couldn't pay the rent. Mrs. Hilda said she would help me, but she locked me down here instead. Please help me get out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How could this sweet old lady do something so cruel? I knew I had to help him. I gave Yuri some of my food and a blanket. "I'll find a way to get you out," I promised. The next day, I tried to confront Mrs. Hilda, but she was nowhere to be found. I searched the house, but found no sign of her. I called the police and explained the situation. They arrived quickly and searched the house. When they entered the basement, they found Yuri just as I had left him. Mrs. Hilda was found later that day in the nearby woods. She had been living a double life, posing as a kind old lady while keeping Yuri prisoner in her basement. The police took her into custody, and Yuri was taken to a hospital. He was weak and malnourished, but grateful to be free. The whole experience left me shaken. I couldn't believe how close I had come to staying in a house with such a dark secret. I left the town the next day, eager to put the whole ordeal behind me. But I will never forget Yuri's haunted eyes and the sound of his desperate cries. From then on, I was more careful about the places I stayed and the people I trusted. The world is full of surprises, and not all of them are good. I had learned that lesson the hard way. In April 2011, 86-year-old Patrick Carnes was living in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. Known for its casino and tourism industry, Reno is the county seat and largest city of Washoe County with a population of just over 200,000 people. Despite being well into his 80s, the World War II veteran was described by those who knew him as being sharp as a tack and someone who still had a lust for life. Despite his advanced years, and although he'd lost his wife several years earlier, Patrick had adopted a dog named Lucky, who he said kept him accountable and responsible. On April 13, 2011, Patrick and Lucky were driving back to Reno after a visit to family members living in Toledo, Ohio. Patrick was driving his green Subaru Forester when he approached the town of Wells, Nevada, at around 9 at night. As he happened to be approaching a Nevada Highway Patrol officer, he failed to properly switch lanes, resulting in him being pulled over by that very same officer. The cop warned Patrick that what he was doing was dangerous and only agreed to hold back on a ticket when Patrick assured him that he was simply following a truck driver ahead of him. He assured the officer that he wouldn't be driving at night anymore, and the officer's dash cam filmed Lucky wagging his tail in the back, suggesting that there was no tension or confrontation between the two men. The officer later testified that Patrick seemed perfectly composed and sober, giving him no reason to prevent him from driving away. Yet, the following morning, just before 6 a.m., Patrick's car was found completely abandoned near a place called Winnemucca, more than 150 miles away. The vehicle was stuck in a nearby sagebrush and was facing oncoming traffic, but there was still gas in the tank and it was still basically drivable. There were no signs of any kind of conflict or struggle, with only a single set of footprints visible in the dirt leading away from the car. What's more, nothing was missing from the car, and it seemed Patrick had walked away from it with nothing but the clothes on his back. One of these abandoned possessions was a map of rest stops on his route back to Reno. The only thing police had to Patrick's planned route. Winnemucca is nowhere near them, so what was it that caused such a radical diversion, and what happened to Patrick's faithful furry friend, Lucky? 3 days later, a witness reported seeing a dog matching Lucky's description near the Pumpernickel exit out near Winnemucca, but a thorough search of the area turned up no signs of the brown Labrador mix. It's interesting to note that 5 years earlier, another abandoned vehicle was found near the Pumpernickel exit in almost exactly the same spot that Patrick's was found. Judith Casita, a 62-year-old resident of Reno, was last seen driving her 1991 Mazda pickup truck away from her home on Valentine's Day of 2006. Her truck was found just over 2 weeks later on March 5th, abandoned yet still in working order. There is little information available in Judith's case, but it's reported that she had left behind a note stating that she was depressed with her life and her marriage. Although Valentine's Day seems an apt occasion to commit some kind of marriage-related taking of your own life, it seems very coincidental that Judith's car was found in exactly the same spot and in exactly the same condition as Patrick's. While some suggest that the disappearances amount to nothing more than a lost senior and a woman who took her life, others argue that both Judith and Patrick's disappearances are the work of a Nevada serial killer. Although it's not clear why police or journalists might come to such a theory, there are numerous articles outlining missing person cases that originate in the area. One article describes Patrick's case as the latest in a string of missing person cases, citing the disappearances of Rita Christian, who was later found alive, and those of Albert Christian and Grant Mullen. No matter what you choose to believe, Patrick was officially declared deceased by the state of Nevada in late 2014. But it seems the key to solving his disappearance is connected to many others. If we find out what happened to people like Judith, we'll find out what happened to Patrick. Whether or not it's a serial killer or some other more sinister phenomenon, the truth lies in finding their bodies. But the fact that it was only a single set of human footprints, unaccompanied by those of a canine, leads us to believe that something must have been very, very wrong if Patrick chose to abandon his lifelong companion, Lucky. Sure, Patrick was almost 90 years old, and it certainly wouldn't have been difficult for a human being to overpower him. But he was also a combat veteran and an all-around tough SOB. The likelihood of him being kidnapped or killed without a fight seems very, very slim indeed. So what stopped him that night? What scared him so badly that he'd abandon his beloved Labrador? These are the questions that might never be answered, and that might just be for the best, because who knows if we're ready for the truth behind such a vast number of disappearances. When I was in my junior year of high school, I had my first relationship. His name was Michael, and he was a senior at a different high school in the next town over. We met through Facebook, he messaged me, and we started talking from there. We began hanging out and attending each other's games. I'd go to his football games, and he'd come to my softball games. We officially became boyfriend and girlfriend after a few weeks. Since we were in high school, though, we didn't go on a lot of traditional dates like dinner or drinks. We were just kids still. Our dates usually consisted of getting burritos, going for drives, or hanging out at his place since my parents were always home, which made things awkward in case we wanted to do anything. The best way I could describe Michael is that he was a bit of a hothead. He was big for a 17-year-old, which is why he played football, but he didn't hang out with the jocks. Instead, he spent more time with the stoner crowd and the regular crowd, at least that's what he told me. I didn't go to the same school as him, so I didn't see who he was with during lunch. I also didn't really meet a lot of his friends. We mostly hung out just the two of us instead of in group settings. Since he lived kind of far away and I couldn't drive yet, it did get annoying. Truthfully, I started to develop feelings for a boy named Rob at my own school, who was in my grade. Around the same time, I felt myself losing interest in Michael. I wanted to test things out with Rob, so one night when Michael was asking to hang out, I asked him to pick me up so we could talk. He knew right away that something was off when I said that. When he picked me up, we went for a drive, and I told him that I thought we should take a break. He refused to accept that I was serious and angrily demanded to know what he did wrong. When I told him it was just that I felt the spark wasn't there anymore, he got so mad that he punched his dashboard, leaving a big indent in it. He started yelling and scaring me. So I was about to get out of the car, but he stopped me, put his hand on my shoulder, and said, "No, no, no," asking me not to leave. He told me he was just angry, but that he would drive me home. He put the car back in drive and started driving us. As we drove, he kept getting angrier, asking for more details about what he did wrong. He started blowing stop signs, and that's when I realized we weren't going in the direction of my parents' house. I asked him to pull over and let me out, but he yelled, "No." We were approaching some wooded area, and that's when I started getting really scared. I had never seen him like this before. He was showing me a crazy side of himself. I managed to get out of the car when he stopped it on the side of some quiet road. He yelled for me to come back, but I didn't. My mom came to pick me up, and Michael sent me an apology text later that night, which I didn't respond to. 2 nights later, I left my house to walk to Rob's, who lived only 2 blocks away from me. On my way there, I spotted someone across the street, not too far behind me, walking at about the same pace. They were wearing a hoodie with the hood up, so I couldn't see their face. Foot traffic on our block wasn't too common, but it also wasn't super weird either. The closer I got to Rob's house, the closer the person across the street got. As I continued up the street, I turned again and saw that the person was now on the same side of the street as me. My heart started to race, and I began walking faster. According to my phone, Rob's house was coming up just on the right. I texted him to come outside, please, because I thought I was being followed. He replied back, "Okay." I turned one more time as I heard the sound of shoes running on the sidewalk approaching from behind me, and I saw the guy in the black hoodie running at me. I screamed and ran as fast as I could for about 5 seconds before seeing Rob run to the front of his house in confusion. I turned around again and saw the guy in black running in the opposite direction down the street. I keep saying, the guy in black, but I knew it was Michael. That guy had an identical height to him from what I could tell. A few instances happened after that, like getting calls with no caller ID and seeing Michael's car parked outside my parents' house in the middle of the night. My parents were aware of what was going on, and one day my dad drove us over to Michael's house and knocked on the front door while I was in the car. He had a long, loud talk with Michael's parents. I lowered the windows to listen, and most notably, what my dad yelled was that he didn't care how old Michael was, it was still harassment. He warned that if Michael kept trying to contact me in any way, we would get the police involved. It worked. Michael stopped trying to contact me after that. For those wondering, Rob and I ended up dating for around a year. My relationship with Michael was an early lesson in my life to watch out for red flags. When I was 19 years old, I was still working at a nearby pizza place to help pay for food and gas and stuff. The job was always pretty easy, just taking the order, boxing up the food when it's done, putting it in a bag, and driving it to the given address. I'd done it a million times before and nothing weird ever happened. It was very repetitive. Tips would usually be around $3 to $5 depending on the distance. Sometimes more generous people would give 10 or more though. I remember this order was just a chicken parm hero and a regular slice. Smaller orders like this usually yielded lesser tips, but I didn't have a choice in which deliveries I did. I was on my way to the address, and of course, the house was apparently on a dead-end block. This block had a more rural feel to it than the rest of the neighborhood. One of the houses had an RV sitting on the grass with a small patch of woods next to it. The other houses looked like little farmhouses. There was a lot more space on this particular street. And then I pulled up to the address. It was this small, weird-looking house with a huge property, though sat next to what appeared to be an abandoned house with overgrown grass and shrubs. It was probably around 6 p.m. and it was getting pretty dark out, so it was around the time people would start putting on their lights inside their houses, but all the lights in the house were off and I noticed the front door seemed cracked open. I began to walk over to the front door and I heard a piano being played. It sounded like it was a couple rooms away, at least muffled by some walls or a door or something. I knocked on the door and then rang the bell after a few minutes, only the doorbell didn't work. The piano was still playing. I felt weird just walking in, so I walked around the property towards the back. The backyard was a literal mess, things scattered all over the grass. I even saw a broken, rusty chain-link fence just sitting in the middle of the yard. I went to the back door and knocked really loud. I looked through the glass of the door and saw nothing except for what looked like a really messy storm room. Clearly, these people were not neat freaks, to say the least. When nobody answered the back door either, I went back around front and called one of the guys at the pizzeria to confirm the address with him. He took a second to check what he wrote down and he confirmed that I was at the correct address. So I went back to the front door, pushed it open, and heard the creepy-sounding piano music still playing. I yelled, "Pizza's here." The piano stopped. Someone yelled, "Over here," then the piano resumed. They were playing this simple yet creepy repetitive song as if on loop. There were also no lights on in this house, so it was almost hard to see in there. I walked straight, getting closer to the sound of the music. The smell inside the house was very musty and off-putting, and I got halfway into, I guess, what you'd call the foyer. I felt very uncomfortable. I wasn't gonna go any further. I yelled from by the front door, "Sir." The music stopped, this time for good, and now there was just silence. I backed towards the door again so that I would be closer to the outside. I was expecting to hear footsteps coming towards me, but no, it was just dead silent. I said, "Sir," and a voice from another room said, "Yes, sorry, I have trouble walking. Could you just bring it in here, please?" I asked, "What room are you in, sir?" And he took a moment to answer back, "If you just walk through the living room, I'm in the dining room." There were no directions on the phone to do any of this, so this was very strange. I thought for a second about my next course of action. I felt bad leaving in the case that this was some old, feeble man just living in a messy house. I started walking through the living room and there was an opening that led to what I presumed to be the dining room. Me being my overly cautious and paranoid self was still suspicious. Instead of walking straight into the dining room, I peeked around the wall just enough for one eye to see into the room. I saw the piano, but there was no one sitting at it. I also didn't see anyone in the entire room. With that, I quietly but quickly walked back towards the front door, shut the door behind me, and drove back to the pizzeria. I explained that I got a sketchy vibe inside the house. My boss was completely understanding, especially when the alleged customer didn't call back asking why I left. That said everything. I didn't really understand the logic in trying to commit a robbery in your own house, and nor did my boss or coworkers. So later that night after work, I looked up that address and that house was foreclosed on months ago and it had been vacant. When I told this to everyone, they had the same mouth-dropping reaction I did. I was truly mere steps away from probably getting robbed, that or someone was trying to play a horrible prank on an unsuspecting pizza delivery guy. I work in the pro department of a home improvement company. I worked the closing shift with another cashier, who I'll call Aria. Aria's a really kind but quite timid cashier. She's also very pretty, so she has a lot of contractors hit on her. It's usually not that worrisome, though a few compliments, maybe a dinner invite, which she'd politely decline. I would probably ask her out as well if it wasn't for one detail: Aria does have a girlfriend. So being hit on by guys on a daily basis makes her rather uncomfortable. When we first met, I told her she ought to tell those guys about being gay, but she kept saying it wasn't any of their business, so she kept that part to herself. Aria has become my best friend, and having another cashier there with you keeps things from getting lonely. We even cover for each other's lunch breaks. One day, when I came back from lunch, Aria started telling me about this rather creepy guy who was flirting with her. She said she politely turned him down, saying she was with someone already, and while he didn't seem happy, he did leave. I shrugged it off as nothing more than the usual horny guy and laughed it off. But later that day, the man came back. Aria wasn't there, as she had left to help a customer find some lumber, so it was just me. He looked rather normal, probably handsome to most women, but he acted off. After looking around the area, I asked him if I could help him with anything. "I'm here to see Aria," he told me. I asked him how he knew her, and he said he had come in earlier and asked her out, to which she said yes, so he had come back in to pick her up. I told him she had left for the day, a usual lie everyone tells to cover for their friends. His smile went away as he started looking annoyed. He said he wanted to speak to Aria and ask her out again, which contradicted what he had just told me about accepting his previous invite. I told him he could not do that, which caused him to cross his arms and asked me why not. I'm not the best liar when it comes to making up excuses on the spot, however. I didn't want to tell him Aria was gay if she didn't want him to know it. So I just blurted out that Aria was my fiancée. His annoyed look went to confusion as he asked me how someone as pretty as she is could go out with someone like me. I'm not a Chris Evans or anything, but I don't think I'm that bad looking. I told him it didn't matter and that she and I were getting married in a couple of months, so he needed to back off. He gave me a death look but didn't say anything. After an awkward silence, he left. After Aria had gotten back, I told her what went down. She asked me to describe him, and after I told her what he looked like, she said that was the same guy who came in before. She was a bit creeped out by what went down but found the fiancé excuse rather funny. She even stated she'd rather be engaged to me than go out with him, which I'm guessing was a compliment. A couple of weeks went by, and we had all but forgotten about the man. At this point, one night after it had gotten dark, Arya and I were getting the trash together so we could close down the registers and go home. Just then, we heard a bang at the door, causing both of us to nearly jump out of our skins. It was the guy again. He had a wild look in his eyes as he kept his face pressed against the glass. "We're closed," I told him, but he insisted he needed to come in. Arya yelled again to tell him she's not interested and for him to go away and leave her alone. But he yelled that he's not here for her, he's here for me. He then says that if he can take out her husband, then she'd be all his. Based on that, he wanted to kill me. I told Arya to run to the manager's office and call the police, and I'd stay here and watch him. I won't lie though, I was pretty afraid to be in that tiny little area. If the guy was able to get in, he wasn't the biggest guy, but he could have had a weapon on him. Plus, the store doesn't allow us to have self-defense items on us, so I was on my own here. The guy then started ramming the sliding doors like he was crazy. The doors were rattling, I could have sworn they were going to come off their base. Just then, Arya came running back around the corner with a 2x4 in her hand, yelling that the cops were on their way. Finally, the man decided to leave. The closing manager met the officers when they came, and he took them to review the cameras. Thankfully, the man was caught and arrested, but Arya and I felt unsafe working there any longer. We're still friends and even attend the same college together, but we have separate jobs now while we pay our way through classes. I'm glad she was there to help me with the rogue man, as I hate to imagine what he might have done to me, or worse, what he might have done to her. She says she's glad I was there for her as well, as having a guy around tends to make men like him less confident in what they might try. It was a wake-up call for me as to how dangerous it can be for some girls when an interested guy just doesn't want to take no for an answer.
When I was 7 years old, I contracted spinal meningitis. I was barely old enough to understand how close to death I was because of the disease I had, let alone did I have a clue what was about to happen to me during treatment. My mother took me to the hospital and told the doctors to do whatever they needed to do to save my life. They required a spinal tap before continuing treatment. Despite the fact that I had no idea what a spinal tap was. I remember my mother pleading with the doctors to find some way to make the procedure less traumatic for me, but for some reason, they couldn't put me under general anesthesia. Instead, they offered a new experimental treatment on humans at the time, intravenous ketamine. My mother had never heard of the drug before, and my father wasn't there. They explained that it was traditionally used as a horse tranquilizer, but had recently been approved for use in humans, even in pediatric care. Ever since, my mom swears up and down that's all they told her about it. Maybe it was a time-sensitive case, or maybe the doctors thought if they told her everything involved with being under the influence of the drug, she would refuse to let me have it, which in their minds would make the spinal tap harder to go through. Frankly, it boggles my mind that doctors would even consider giving ketamine to a child, but that's what happened. They wheeled me into the operating room and told me what was going to happen, that I would have to lay on my side and they would insert a needle into my back. It would feel extremely uncomfortable. I know that's what they said now, but at the time I was so disoriented and scared and even confused that it all sounded like gibberish, like how adults sound in Charlie Brown when they just go, wah wah wah, if you know what I mean. All the doctors and nurses were wearing masks and gowns too, which made them look almost inhuman. I had to get naked and put on a hospital gown, adding to the stress of it all because I had to be exposed to a bunch of strangers. The only thing that kept me sane was that my mother was allowed to be there with me so I could hold her hand. However, before they did the tap, they inserted the 4-needle into my arm to deliver the ketamine. I cried and screamed, and I remember squirming just from having that needle put in me. I didn't even understand how much bigger the next one would be. Then they turned me over to my side, and I held my mother's hand, squeezing harder than before, looking into her eyes and crying and trying to be brave and sit still. At first, all I could feel on my back was a cold hospital air, but then something happened. Everything started to feel weird. Of course, I know now that this was the ketamine beginning to take effect, but I didn't understand this at the time. An all-encompassing dread washed over my body, which I also felt like I was losing control of, like my soul was slipping away second by second. Then it literally did feel like I was dying and rising up to heaven. I was lifted up from the table and could see my own body and everyone around. What I saw filled me with a mixture of terror and hatred. The doctor was lining up the needle against my back. For the first time, I saw how massive the thing was. There was my mother watching it all happen, letting them do it. Suddenly, I knew I couldn't go through with it anymore. I screamed and kicked and punched at everything around me, hell-bound on getting off of that table and running away. The nurses tried to hold me down, but they were struggling to keep me contained. Somebody called for more help, and that's when 2 gigantic, muscular nurses rushed in and grabbed hold of me. They pinned me down to the table along with 4 or 5 other people. My mother was crying in a corner now. Apparently, I had hit her in the face, but I still saw everything that was going on around me. The 4-drip was still feeding me ketamine straight to my blood, which went directly to my brain. Now, all the masks and gowns, doctors and nurses didn't look human at all. They looked like monsters, demons, even sick, twisted, demented creatures that my mom had sold my soul to, and now they were forcibly extracting my soul from my body with that horrible needle. I looked to my mother with bitter contempt and screamed that I hated her for letting this happen to me. It only made her cry harder. No matter how hard I fought back, once they all got a hold of me, I couldn't even squirm. They held me down and finished the spinal tap. When the needle went into my back, it felt like I was being torn apart from the inside, and because I was moving so much, waves of pain shot through my body. Finally, I accepted that I just had to sit still, but it was awful. I could feel my essence being drained, something I would never get back. Thankfully, after a few seconds, it was over, but I wasn't the same. I didn't move for hours after that, and I wouldn't talk to my mother or even look at her. Being drugged, having a needle shoved into my spinal cord as a child is easily the most traumatic thing I've ever experienced in my life. And the stupid thing I hate the most about it is the fact that it was all just to confirm what the doctors basically already knew, that I had spinal meningitis.
It should have been a happy night for all of us, but it ended in tragedy. It wasn't just my 21st birthday, but John's was the next day, and I met John at a church camp at 10, and we've been friends ever since. There wasn't much to do in our town. We lived in a dry county, a common thing in smaller sections of the Bible Belt. Fortunately, the next county over was wet. We could buy our booze and bring it back home. None of us had our own places, so we reserved a few rooms in a rundown motel out in the middle of nowhere. Kids have been doing this for as long as I was alive, and no one seemed to care. The owners were happy to get the business, and as long as nothing got damaged, they wouldn't call the sheriff. It was a long tradition that I was looking forward to playing my part. John and I left his place at around 5 p.m. to make the 35-mile drive to the nearest liquor store. Everyone had written down what they wanted and given us their money. An extra $20 was put in by each person for John and me to get whatever we wanted. It was all loaded in the back of John's truck, and we headed to the motel to drop it off. The celebrations weren't scheduled to start until later that evening, but we couldn't resist opening a bottle and knocking back a couple of shots. An hour later, we returned home. Each of us had plans to go out to dinner with our families, and we did that and after met back at John's about 10. From there, we took John's truck to the motel. A few of our friends had already shown up, and one guy was well on his way to passing out. John and I joined in, and over the next few hours, people came and went. We'd rented 3 rooms next to each other. Each one had its own little vibe going on. Our room was more middle of the road. We had a small Bluetooth speaker playing music, but not so loud people couldn't talk and joke around. The one next to ours was where the smokers hung out. The mood was more laid back and chill. The one on the end was for the rowdy folk. The motel owners had to tell them more than once to calm down. They took a threat of calling the sheriff before they dialed it back a little. Overall, it was the ideal 21st birthday. It was the closest to perfect I could ever imagine. But then someone suggested that we make another beer run. I'm sure I don't have to explain why this was a bad idea. A guy just arrived and wanted some booze of his own, an understandable and admirable idea. We thought he was sober. He looked okay, but okay to a drunk kid is meaningless. What we didn't know was that he had taken a handful of oxys before arriving. One shot of liquor is a bad idea with pills, and he'd taken another right before we left. None of this was a big deal to us at the time. When the subject of a beer run first came up, I asked if I could come along. I was out of cigarettes and wanted some more, and John, being John, had to come along with me. There were 5 of us along for the ride, 4 of us in the bed of the truck. It was a nice summer night, and the breeze felt good. The journey to the store went smoothly. We were coming back when the driver appears to have passed out or nodded off, we're not sure which, and he lost control of the truck and it slammed into a massive tree almost head-on. He was killed on impact. The girl in the passenger seat was saved by her seatbelt but still experienced some internal injuries. As for those in the back, 2 of us, myself among them, were thrown around and broke a few bones but otherwise went away undamaged. It was the other 2 who suffered the worst. The guy who was closest to the cab was paralyzed from the neck down. And then there's John, my best friend. He had been sitting on the wheel well hump at the time of the crash. It's not an uncommon thing. If you grew up in the South, you probably did it more than once. This positioned him higher in the bed, and the force of the impact flung him from the bed of the truck into another one of the big trees alongside the road. He probably died instantly. It was almost a month until I was alone and able to process the loss. Since the driver died, most of the older people were satisfied. There were a few do-gooders who wanted some new laws, but it all blew over pretty fast, and they moved on to something else. Anytime I find myself back home, I make sure to visit John's grave and catch him up on things I do as much as I'm able to keep his memory alive. The story is just the latest of my efforts. My firstborn son bears his name, and I carried around a lot of guilt for a while. It took a few talks with friends and a little counseling before I was able to let things go. I now realize that I bear no more responsibility than anyone else except the driver. Even in his case, he just happened to be the one driving. We were all just stupid kids. What happened on that road was a result of bad decision-making. We all paid a price for it, and some far more than others. I always considered myself an ordinary student studying at a small college in the town. I spent most of my time in the library. This place was always a quiet haven where I could escape from daily problems and immerse myself in books. But one night, everything changed. It was a Wednesday, and I was preparing for an important history exam. The library, as usual, was almost empty. Only a few students wandered between the shelves, and the librarian, Mrs. Lilly, sat at her desk absorbed in some old book. I chose a spot in the far corner of the library, where it was usually the quietest. Hours flew by, and I didn't even notice how closing time approached. Mrs. Lilly announced that the library would close in 10 minutes. I gathered my things and was ready to leave when I remembered that I had left my notes in the reading room on the second floor. In a hurry, I went up there, but when I returned, the entrance doors were already closed. Panic started to rise in me, but I decided that the best option was to find Mrs. Lilly and ask her to open the door. I began searching for her throughout the library, but she had disappeared. No trace, only silence and the dim light from the old lamps. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound. It was the creak of a door in the old part of the library, which was closed to visitors. I decided to check, thinking that perhaps Mrs. Lilly was there. Approaching closer, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I went inside and saw long rows of old bookshelves covered in dust. The air here was heavy and suffocating. My heart started pounding faster when I realized I heard footsteps behind me. I quickly turned around but saw no one. Maybe it was just the wind, I thought, but the feeling of unease didn't leave me. I decided to go further, hoping to find an exit. As I walked between the shelves, I heard the footsteps again. Now they were closer. I stopped and turned around, but again saw no one. This was starting to scare me. Suddenly, I heard a whisper. The words were indistinguishable, but they were clearly directed at me. I decided to find the source of the sound, no matter how scary it was. As I walked between the shelves, I saw light at the end of the corridor. Approaching closer, I saw an old storage room. The door was slightly open, and soft light poured from inside. I cautiously opened the door and peeked inside. On the floor sat a girl who looked like she had been there for many years. Her face was familiar. It was Mary, a student who disappeared last year. Her eyes were empty, and her hair was disheveled. "Mary?" I asked, not believing my eyes. She raised her head and looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. "Help me," she said quietly. I approached closer, trying to understand what had happened to her. She was holding an old book that looked very valuable. "What happened?" I asked, sitting down next to her. "I can't find the way out," she replied. "They won't let me go." "Who are they?" I asked, puzzled. She just looked at me with horror in her eyes and whispered, "The librarians." My heart started pounding faster. I didn't understand what she meant, but her fear was real. I decided we needed to act. We had to find a way out of here together. I helped Mary get up, and we started looking for an exit from this old part of the library. Several minutes passed when I realized we were constantly returning to the same place. The corridors seemed endless, and the shelves infinite. Suddenly, we heard footsteps behind us. Turning around, I saw a shadow moving between the shelves. We started running, trying to find an exit. The footsteps grew closer, and we got more and more entangled in the maze of books. Finally, we found a door leading to the first floor. Opening it, we found ourselves in a familiar part of the library, but here a new challenge awaited us. Mrs. Lilly stood by the exit, looking at us with a cold gaze. "You shouldn't have gone into the old part of the library," she said. "We're just looking for an exit," I replied, trying to hide my fear. "The exit was always here," she said and opened the door. Mary and I quickly stepped outside, feeling the cold air engulf us. I turned to thank Mrs. Lilly, but she was already gone. The library doors were closed, and silence reigned around us. After that night, I never returned to the library. Mary went missing again, and no one saw her anymore. I will always remember the horror I felt in the old part of the library. Sometimes at night, it seems I hear a whisper calling me back, but I know I will never cross that threshold again. Halloween was always like a second Christmas for me. Not only did I get to express my inner fantasies through costume, it just so happens to be my birthday. This would all change on October 29th of 2016. This year was a big one. I was turning 21. That meant that I could celebrate on 6th Street. If you don't know, 6th Street in Austin is the heart of the city's nightlife. Music venues and bars, 6th Street has it all. Halloween on 6th is an experience everyone should have at least once in their lives. I'd always heard the crazy stories, and finally, I got to tell some of my own, and I couldn't wait. Since the holiday fell on a Monday, the festivities would be taking place the Saturday before. It was usually the night with the most people. All the amazing costumes may be the best part of Halloween, and the costumes on 6th are some of the most inventive and interesting I'd ever seen. All 5 of us girls packed into a cab and took the 3-mile ride downtown. It was almost 11 p.m. People were just beginning to arrive. And I was eager to have my first legal drink. I don't want to name any businesses for legal reasons, and suffice to say, we spent the next 4 hours hopping from club to club and bar to bar until last call at 2. Much of it was a blur. I woke up on my bathroom floor with a toilet full of barf. It was an amazing night, and I'll never forget it, but not for the reasons I'd like. That next afternoon, I was nursing a major hangover when I got a call from one of my friend's mothers. Thomas, I changed her name for privacy, had not made it home. Her mother hadn't received any calls or texts from her in over 24 hours. This was very strange. Thomas and her mom were very close, and there was no way she wouldn't let her know if she was staying elsewhere. The 2 of us spent the rest of the day and late into the night trying to locate Thomas, but no one knew anything. The next day, we contacted the police, and they took over from there. Surveillance videos were screened over and over. A bunch of men, her boyfriend among them, were questioned, but nothing ever came of it, and a case soon hit a dead end. Thomas's disappearance would completely change how myself and my friends lived our lives. To this day, I will not go anywhere alone, and I refuse to get drunk in public. I've carried a firearm since 2017. I know I'm not strong enough to fight off multiple men. In the years since, a lot of things have changed, but when it comes to my safety, I remain just as vigilant. Thomas's case had stalled by my next birthday, but I would receive a belated gift just a couple of months later. It was the middle of a normal workday when I got a phone call from another friend of mine. She said that she had gotten a phone call from Thomas's mom. My heart sank. I assumed Thomas's body had been discovered, but to my joy, it turned out that she had been found alive. Police in Kansas City had found a young woman hiding in an alley with a handcuff around her wrist. According to her, she had been kidnapped from Austin, Texas, and held in several places until reaching Kansas City. She'd been kept there since about late spring or early summer. Her captors had assaulted her countless times. She feared that she would be killed when they grew tired of her, so she did her best to gain their confidence until she could escape. The chance came, and she took it. The cops raided the house she'd been kept in and arrested 3 men. I was over the moon. In my mind, Thomas's nightmare was over. She could come back home and pick up where she'd left off. I'll admit how naive that actually sounds, but I was a young and sheltered girl. How could I have known? When I did see Thomas again, everything had changed. Talking about day-to-day things seemed so childish in light of what she'd gone through. Her beautiful smile was gone. Any happiness had been beaten out of her, and we all felt helpless, but not as helpless as her. She did make an effort to make a new life. She returned to school and began dating again, and none of these efforts came to much. Once the trial of the 3 men began, she was forced to relive the nightmare. They were convicted, and she tried again, only to have the men win a new trial on appeal. It looked as if she'd be forced to relive her captivity repeatedly until she died. To her credit, she didn't let her misfortune break her. The 3 men were convicted again and put away once and for all. After all the hurdles she was forced to jump, she would finally win out. Just as the lockdowns were set to start, she and her boyfriend of 2 years were married. They recently had twins, and the birth was the first time I'd seen Thomas smile in a very long time. Hopefully, with a lot of support from her family and friends, she'll be able to build some semblance of a normal life. The story may be too fantastic to believe, but I promise it happened. It was the last months of 1999 in my first marriage. It just ended when we began discussions. I agreed to let my ex continue to live in our house with the kids. As a result, I was thrust onto the market for a new home. For the time being, I was crashing in an extended stay hotel, living on fast food. Finally, as that spring approached, I found a place I loved. The only disappointing part of the deal was that it had been uninhabited for going on 7 years. The woman that had lived there before had died, and her heirs had let it sit empty. It was eventually agreed upon to put it on the market, and that's when I came upon it. Despite the probable long list of repairs, the price was too good to pass up. The morning of March 3rd, I picked up the keys and signed the papers. The house was officially mine, and I got to work immediately to make it livable. I replaced a broken window and a few other things before I moved in 2 weeks later. I hadn't been there 2 days before I received a visit from a pair of detectives. They sat me down and told me the craziest thing I'd ever heard in my life. According to them, the nice little old lady who had lived there, Sarah, had an abusive husband named Walter. She claimed Walter left for the store one morning and never returned, and because of his history of abuse, she didn't report his disappearance. The couple's only child, Lisa, didn't either. Her mother had told her Walter had been having an affair with a woman from his job and had likely run away to be with her. Lisa took her mother's story at face value, and the woman bid Walter good riddance and moved on with their lives. Within the year, Sarah, now a free woman, began a relationship with her neighbor John. She was granted a divorce, and the couple was married not long after. The pair lived out their lives in the house. Not everyone was so eager to believe Sarah's story, and the police were asked by Walter's sister to investigate his disappearance. Year after year, the trail always led back to Sarah, but the detectives on the case never had enough proof to arrest her. Then, about 15 years after he went missing, a new pair of detectives were put on the trail. They went back to Walter's sister, now a very old woman, and asked if she had any idea how Sarah could have disposed of her brother's body. For the first time since the case began, she recalled an incident that took place not long after Walter's disappearance. She was visiting Sarah, hoping to get information as to where her brother had moved to, and she happened to notice a large patch of the backyard where the ground had been tilled up and roses had been planted. The structure was odd because it was still in the middle of winter and at least 4 months before planting season began. The bushes would surely die in the brutal Michigan winter. She asked Sarah about this, and she simply said she wanted to get ahead of things. The sister had no reason to disbelieve her at the time and accepted the story. For the first time in a long time, the police had a direction to follow. However, they were frustrated by the judge's denial of a search warrant, and the case soon ran out of steam, as it had so many times before. Life would proceed, and over the years, the case would be forgotten. That was until a new police chief was hired, and he launched an initiative to clear the city's open cases. My visitors were assigned the case. After a little research, they discovered Sarah and her new husband had died, and the house had a new owner. The reason for their visit was to ask if I would allow them to dig up the yard to look for Walter's remains. I was naturally shocked by all I'd heard and needed time to think about it. After taking a few days to consider the request, I gave them the okay. The following morning, 20 or so cops, accompanied by a backhoe, began their search. I want to say I was surprised by what they found, but after hearing their story, Walter's skeleton being discovered was almost expected. At the end of the day, everything seemed to work out for the best. The cops managed to close a 50-year-old mystery, and Walter got to be put away alongside his loved ones. The only downside was Walter's sister didn't live to see it. She deserved to be there for the funeral after all the time she had put in the search for him. The situation had made me do a lot of thinking since it was brought to my attention. From all reports, old Walter was not good to his wife or respected their marriage. Maybe Sarah had a good reason to put an end to his nonsense. The problem I have with what she did is that, by killing Walter and hiding his body away in the garden, his innocent sister, who had hurt no one, was left with a terrible notion that she and the rest of his family had been abandoned by him for a young piece of tail. Then, as time carried on, and she had come to terms with the strong possibility her brother was dead, she had nowhere to go to mourn him. And that, to me, my friends, just doesn't feel right. For the month of October in 2016, I worked at Party City as a seasonal job. It was pretty hectic for the Halloween season, obviously. I got stuck with the night shifts on weekdays since I didn't have early classes. The location I worked at changed its closing hours on weeknights to 11 p.m. during the Halloween season. My shift would start usually at 5 o'clock, and I'd work till close. The rush would die after 9 o'clock, and after 10 o'clock, there would hardly be anyone left in the store, especially on weekdays. On my shift on the day in question, I started work as what was referred to as a costume grabber. I would be told on a walkie-talkie what costume and what size to grab so that I could hand it to the customer, and they could try it on. After it quieted down and later on in my shift, I was told to start cleaning up the aisles, restocking, and bringing stuff either up from or down to the basement. That got tiring quickly because it was a lot of walking up and down stairs. Past 10 o'clock, there were only about 4 of us still working, a girl named Laura working the cash register, Drew cleaning aisles and stocking shelves, Jake the supervisor for the night, and then me. During the back and forth basement work, the basement was at least connected straight to the upstairs costume storage room, so it wasn't a super long walk from the basement. I took a 10-minute breather, then went to continue lugging boxes from the basement up to the costume storage room. The lights of the basement had been turned off by someone, I figured Jake. I flipped the light switch back on and down into the basement I went. As I was lifting a box of girls' costumes, I heard something fall on the other side of the basement. Not to make you think this basement was really big, it was just one big circle full of boxes with a big shelf in the middle. I put down the box I was holding and slowly peered my head around the shelf. There was someone in a white hooded robe costume with a scary monster mask. Of course, I jumped back at first, then I laughed, saying, "You got me." Whichever of my coworkers was in the costume didn't speak, though. They just tilted their head to the side a bit as if they were still messing with me. I had a feeling it was Jake at first, even though she would supervise some nights. She was a clown. But then I realized this person was way too tall to be Jake, so it had to be Drew. I tried approaching him to remove the mask. He just backed away from me, though. Then I looked down at the boots on his shoes, the dirty heavy work boots that I knew for a fact Drew wasn't wearing. I started getting the shivers. I went back up the stairs without running to avoid suspicion. I shut the basement door and went straight to Jake, who was talking to Laura by the register. I asked, "Where's Drew?" and he literally called, "What's up?" from a nearby aisle. That's when panic set in. I asked if there was anyone else working that night. She said everyone went home. So I told her someone was in the basement in a costume who didn't belong there. Drew and Jake came with me to the basement so I could prove it to them. But like any cliché horror scenario, whoever was down there was gone. There was a back exit in the upstairs costume room for unloading truck shipments. It was possible the intruder exited through there. Jake sped through the security footage of the past hour and didn't see anyone enter the costume room except for me, but there wasn't a camera in the basement or the actual costume room itself to check. Part of me felt like it was a prank and that if I went back down there, I'd find the person in the costume again. But my job was my job, and I had to get back down there to continue stalking the costume room. When I got back down there, I once again picked up the box of girl costumes I originally was trying to bring up. I got it to the stairs and stopped because I thought I may have heard the noise of a small plastic bag being slightly crumpled. Of course, I didn't want to stay down there to find out alone. I wasn't getting paid enough. My shift was almost over, so I lugged the heavy box up the stairs, dropped it in the costume room, and went back to the door we have to the basement to shut off the light. Before I did, I looked down the staircase, and at the bottom was that person in the white robe costume again, only this time without the mask. I saw his face, his smiling face looking up at me. I slammed the door shut and ran out to Jake and the rest, screaming for help. They came as fast as they could to the costume room, but the back exit door inside was wide open, as was the basement door. This time, for real, he was gone. The one camera on the outside delivery area didn't even catch him. I don't really know if that intruder managed to steal anything other than the costume he was wearing. For all I know, it could have been just one big Halloween prank, or he might have been in there looking to actually hurt someone. For all I knew, it was an armed robber, though, and I treated the situation as though my life were in danger. For the month of October in 2016, I worked at Party City as a seasonal job. It was pretty hectic for the Halloween season, obviously. I got stuck with the night shifts on weekdays since I didn't have early classes. The location I worked at changed its closing hours on weeknights to 11 p.m. during the Halloween season. My shift would start usually at 5 o'clock, and I'd work till close. The rush would die after 9 o'clock, and after 10 o'clock, there would hardly be anyone left in the store, especially on weekdays. On my shift on the day in question, I started work as what was referred to as a costume grabber. I would be told on a walkie-talkie what costume and what size to grab so that I could hand it to the customer, and they could try it on. After it quieted down and later on in my shift, I was told to start cleaning up the aisles, restocking, and bringing stuff either up from or down to the basement. That got tiring quickly because it was a lot of walking up and down stairs. Past 10 o'clock, there were only about 4 of us still working, a girl named Laura working the cash register, Drew cleaning aisles and stocking shelves, Jake the supervisor for the night, and then me. During the back and forth basement work, the basement was at least connected straight to the upstairs costume storage room, so it wasn't a super long walk from the basement. I took a 10-minute breather, then went to continue lugging boxes from the basement up to the costume storage room. The lights of the basement had been turned off by someone, I figured Jake. I flipped the light switch back on and down into the basement I went. As I was lifting a box of girls' costumes, I heard something fall on the other side of the basement. Not to make you think this basement was really big, it was just one big circle full of boxes with a big shelf in the middle. I put down the box I was holding and slowly peered my head around the shelf. There was someone in a white hooded robe costume with a scary monster mask. Of course, I jumped back at first, then I laughed, saying, "You got me." Whichever of my coworkers was in the costume didn't speak, though. They just tilted their head to the side a bit as if they were still messing with me. I had a feeling it was Jake at first, even though she would supervise some nights, she was a clown. But then I realized this person was way too tall to be Jake, so it had to be Drew. I tried approaching him to remove the mask. He just backed away from me, though. Then I looked down at the boots on his shoes, the dirty heavy work boots that I knew for a fact Drew wasn't wearing. I started getting the shivers. I went back up the stairs without running to avoid suspicion. I shut the basement door and went straight to Jake, who was talking to Laura by the register. I asked, "Where's Drew?" and he literally called, "What's up?" from a nearby aisle. That's when panic set in. I asked if there was anyone else working that night. She said everyone went home. So I told her someone was in the basement in a costume who didn't belong there. Drew and Jake came with me to the basement so I could prove it to them. But like any cliché horror scenario, whoever was down there was gone. There was a back exit in the upstairs costume room for unloading truck shipments. It was possible the intruder exited through there. Jake sped through the security footage of the past hour and didn't see anyone enter the costume room except for me, but there wasn't a camera in the basement or the actual costume room itself to check. Part of me felt like it was a prank and that if I went back down there, I'd find the person in the costume again. But my job was my job, and I had to get back down there to continue stocking the costume room. When I got back down there, I once again picked up the box of girl costumes I originally was trying to bring up. I got it to the stairs and stopped because I thought I may have heard the noise of a small plastic bag being slightly crumpled. Of course, I didn't want to stay down there to find out alone. I wasn't getting paid enough. My shift was almost over, so I lugged the heavy box up the stairs, dropped it in the costume room, and went back to the door we have to the basement to shut off the light. Before I did, I looked down the staircase, and at the bottom was that person in the white robe costume again, only this time without the mask. I saw his face, his smiling face looking up at me. I slammed the door shut and ran out to Jake and the rest, screaming for help. They came as fast as they could to the costume room, but the back exit door inside was wide open, as was the basement door. This time, for real, he was gone. The one camera on the outside delivery area didn't even catch him. I don't really know if that intruder managed to steal anything other than the costume he was wearing. For all I know, it could have been just one big Halloween prank, or he might have been in there looking to actually hurt someone. For all I knew, it was an armed robber, though, and I treated the situation as though my life were in danger. When my dad passed away, not only did he pass along his fishing boat, but he also passed along his love of fishing to me. The boat is a which has a decent-sized cabin allowing me to go overnight deep-sea fishing. I usually fish off the coast and would sail for an hour out to sea, then stop and spend the rest of the day fishing. That's exactly what I did one Friday, taking my cousin Tony. We planned to spend the night and fish most of Friday before sailing back. So, after sailing out to sea for about an hour, I picked the spot for us to stop and cast our lines. We brought a radio and tons of beers to make the time more pleasant. The sun started to set, and seeing the sun setting on the horizon with no visual intrusions was a beautiful sight, perhaps the last pleasant thing that would happen that night. By the time the sky was completely dark, we had already packed our stuff for the night and were inside the cabin playing cards and eating burgers. Mid-conversation, Tony stopped me and told me to listen. There was the sound of a boat motor in the distance. We left the cabin to look into the horizon, but with no moon, it was just too dark to see more than maybe 50 feet in front of us. But over the calm waves, we did hear a boat motor. Whoever was out there didn't have their lights on. The lights in my cabin were on, which was definitely enough for anyone to see us and avoid hitting us. We were expecting the sound of the other boat to sail away into the night. However, it seemed to circle us for a bit, then abruptly stopped. The motor just cut. There was nothing but the sound of the calm water splashing against the boat. Tony started acting a little paranoid. He thought we were being stalked. He wanted me to use the spotlight to look for where this boat could be. I didn't want to do that because that would be a bit obnoxious and obvious. To make him happy, though, I started to drive the boat for a few minutes away from the last direction we heard that engine stop. Maybe I did it because I was a little suspicious about it as well. After a solid 5 minutes of driving the boat in the opposite direction, I killed the motor and we went back inside the cabin to resume playing cards. It felt like only seconds after we sat down, we heard it again. This time I heard it first, and it sounded like the motor was being given much less gas. We went outside again, and at that instant, the sound stopped. This time, I agreed with Tony, turning on the spotlight was a necessity. The spotlight only rotated 180 degrees, so I turned the boat a little to the right so that I could point the light out in the direction we heard the boat. The beam of light shot far into the horizon. I felt my heart racing as I slowly turned the light to point more to the right, and finally, I stopped when the light started to land on a boat floating not too far away from us. I turned the light off at once. I told Tony to turn the cabin lights off as well. I put the boat in full throttle and steered away from the area. I steered the boat for about 5 to 10 minutes before thinking it was enough. We hung out outside for a while to ensure we weren't followed again. When it seemed safe to do so, we went to sleep. However, I woke to a thumping coming from above my head, above the cabin. I looked over at Tony sleeping on the couch. I whispered his name a few times to wake him up, and I pointed up at the ceiling. He looked up, then back at me with a look on his face telling me he heard the thumps. I opened the door to the deck and ran outside and saw 2 men, one on the bow of my boat, the other on a boat floating directly next to mine. Tony came running out behind me. Both of the men slowly put their hands up in front of their faces and claimed they meant no harm. The one on my boat said they were simply almost out of gas and needed help. He said he was going to knock on my cabin door to ask for assistance, but in my head, I was thinking, why was he on the bow of my boat? Done very low-key, I flicked Tony's thigh to indicate to him that I was getting ready to do something rash. The guy stepped down from the front of the boat to the lower deck, right in front of Tony and me. He was significantly taller and bigger than us. He looked at me for a few moments and reached out his hand, expecting a handshake. Without saying anything, I knew something was about to go down with these guys, and for all I knew, that could start with my shaking his hand. Instead of shaking his hand, I pushed the guy overboard into the water with all my strength and ran up the stairs to turn the boat on while I yelled at Tony to make sure they didn't get back on the boat. We were able to lose them in the night for good this time. I didn't stop, though I kept going the full 2 hours straight back to the shore. We made it back to my dock and slept on my boat that night. The next morning, we packed up and drove home. Strange things can happen at sea in the dark, but I never anticipated anything like that. I don't know what those guys were planning on doing to us on my boat, but considering they had been making a point of stalking us, I know it was nothing good.
When I was a teenager, there was an old abandoned hospital that had been built in the 1900s, long since replaced and left to rot. It couldn't be torn down as it was a historical site, but it also couldn't be repurposed. Ever since it was condemned, nobody took it upon themselves to be the caretaker of the place. Security was basically non-existent, so it became a rite of passage in my neighborhood to hop the fence on Halloween and explore the ruins. Finally, the time came when my friends and I got the bug, and we knew we were going to be the next to do it. We didn't even bother to wear costumes. Nobody wanted to go trick-or-treating or go to a party. The coolest party in town was me and my friends on the roof of the old hospital. All we needed to do was figure out a way up and avoid the numerous hazards along the way. The rumors of which were boasted about to a great extent by all the people who had already gone through it: broken glass, rusty nails, squatters, trapdoors, collapsing ceilings, and even ghosts, supposedly. Understandably, we were all a bit nervous but excited too. It was the coolest thing any of us had ever done. It seemed like there was even an entire path laid out for us by the people who did it before. The door at the front entrance was already broken open, so we just stepped right inside, undeterred. Immediately on the first story was a triage center. It was too dark, even with our flashlights, to see very far down the hallway. The staircase was right there. Not much was happening down on that level, so we opted not to bother exploring the bottom and moved on to the second of 3 stories. The ceiling had collapsed in on itself at the landing of the second story, so we went out from there to look for another stairwell. The second story was somehow even darker. The floor beneath our feet was soft and felt like it could cave in at any moment, so we spread out to distribute our weight. We thought we were being smart staying quiet but pointing out all the things we noticed, like piles of old medical waste and strange stacks of beds blocking off certain doorways we dared not even think of entering. Signs indicated what had been, so we could get a picture of how the place might have looked in its prime. It certainly was far from it by the time we arrived. Mold grew up the walls, vines snaked through the ceiling tiles, and water dripped from the 3rd floor. Every single sound we made echoed in such a way that made it sound like a stranger was whispering around every corner. We kept saying how cool we found everything, but deep down, I think we were all scared. The last thing any of us wanted was for a crazy hobo to jump out at us for invading his home, or for one of the many ghost stories about the supposedly haunted hospital to somehow turn out to be true. Even decades after it had closed, and even to naive and careless boys like us, we could literally feel the lingering presence of the suffering and damned souls that had perished in the place we were trespassing. However, the only thing that lived there seemed to be rats and flies, not nearly as many as we were expecting. After a few more minutes of checking things out, we finally reached the other side of the building and found another stairwell. This one went all the way up to the roof. Once we stepped in, the damp concrete tube, we could hear and feel the outside air blowing in through an open door or a hatch, whichever one it was. We were dying to know, so we picked up our pace as we went up the stairs, excited to see the view. We barely noticed the moss that was growing on the steps, which slickened the grip we had under our shoes. Finally, at the very top of the stairwell, there it was, the open door at the landing. Before it, we all paused to take a mental image of the sight. As luck would have it, the moon was shining right through it. If any of us had brought a camera, it would have made a legendary photo. At last, it was only a moment of appreciation before we all wanted to finish our journey. Out of the four of us, I was the last in line at the stairs. A friend of mine was leading the pack as we all went up in single file. We were just seconds away, but then the last thing we could have expected happened. Out of nowhere, a flurry of bats exploded from a nest that we hadn't seen. My friend at the top got startled and slipped on the moss and fell back, causing a chain reaction that led us to all fall like dominoes. 3 of my friends landed on top of me, and my head crashed right onto the concrete. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in a real hospital. I had cracked my head open, fractured my skull, and my friends had to carry me all the way out of that abandoned wreck and get help for me, I feel. I had to tell me 100 times before I could finally accept that's what happened. Sadly, it seemed that none of us managed to get to the roof of the abandoned hospital like we had hoped that night. But I'm glad I had good enough friends to help me out when I needed it. To this day, a lot of people don't believe me when I say that's exactly what happened and why I fell. They say bats don't stay in their nests at night, but I guess even nocturnal flying mammals like to sleep in sometimes. I'm not an expert, it's just what I saw.
Thinking about this whole experience still scares me even today. This happened when I was 18. I had just finished up my first semester of college, and a couple of friends I had met their plan to rent out a cabin on some lake over the weekend through Airbnb. They asked if I wanted to go, and I said yeah. I didn't really know much about the destination, but I decided I'd go regardless. I was done with finals and honestly felt like I could just use some solid time away from it all. So my 2 friends and I, who I'll just call Edsel and Nolan, were set to leave. The cabin was about an hour away. When we arrived, we unpacked the stuff we brought for the weekend and got settled inside. The first night was honestly kind of creepy, at least for me, because the cabin was pretty remote. It was the only one on the lake, and as far as I'm concerned, it was the only one within miles of nothing but forest. I'm someone who's used to being in cities with lots of people, not quite forests with the occasional howl of coyotes. Needless to say, it was for sure a scene I would have to get used to, but all things considered, the first night was completely fine. It was the second night where things took a turn. All throughout the second day, a blizzard took place outside. We didn't really plan for it. I guess none of us thought to check the weather before making the trip. I mean, you gotta remember, all 3 of us were only 18 at the time, so not the brightest. Anyway, on the second night, Edsel and I slept in our own bedrooms upstairs, while Nolan slept on a couch downstairs. I think it was around 3 a.m. when Nolan came upstairs and woke both of us up, seeing how the outside motion light kept turning on and off again. Edsel told him it was most likely just an animal activating it or the light simply being activated by the motion of the falling snow. But what Nolan responded with was pretty terrifying. He explained how that's what he thought too, but after looking outside, he saw what he described as something resembling the shadow of a person and around 6 feet tall. This definitely freaked us out a bit, but Edsel, who was still convinced it had to be an animal, said he would go downstairs to check it out. And so that's what he did. Meanwhile, Nolan and I stayed upstairs. A good 3 minutes went by when a blood-curdling scream rang out downstairs. Nolan and I ran downstairs as fast as we could. Edsel was lying on the floor and pointing at the living room window. We looked out the window, but there was nothing. He practically screamed at us to go upstairs, and so the three of us did. The rooms in the cabin didn't have locks, so we resorted to barricading ourselves in one of the bedrooms. Edsel quietly explained to us that when he got downstairs, he started by looking at all the kitchen windows. When he didn't see anything, he made his way to the living room window. He pulled back the curtain and, at first, saw nothing, just an empty snowy forest. He literally saw pure black darkness. Confused, he cupped his hands to his eyes and got closer to the window. But that's when he realized it was a person blocking the view. He then screamed and fell back. Now, at this point, I hadn't seen anything myself. Don't get me wrong, I was still horrified, but in the back of my mind, I still wasn't ruling out the fact that we might have just been imagining things. Just then, the power cut out. It felt like my heart had completely stopped for at least 5 seconds. I was now hysterical. At this point, all doubt I had in the sightings Edsel and Nolan experienced instantly vanished. I genuinely felt like my life was over in that moment. We had no weapons and, worse yet, no phone service. All we could do was sit and wait until daylight. Fortunately, nothing further occurred in that time. Once the sun was up, we took down the barricade and all started getting our stuff. We had no intentions of staying there any longer than we needed to. It was still snowing, but luckily, the vehicle we brought was good in the snow. Before we left, we took a quick survey of the outside area around the cabin. There were no footprints, but this was likely because they were filled in by the snow. This had to have been the case, as there were no footprints by the fuse box outside, yet it was completely destroyed. It looked like it was smashed in multiple times by an axe. The sight of this was enough to get us to leave immediately. Later, we tried contacting the Airbnb owner, but we got no response. I always thought this was weird. I mean, if your fuse box got completely destroyed, I'd imagine you'd want to talk to the people renting the cabin at the time. But no, not even a text back from the guy. I stayed friends with Edsel and Nolan throughout the rest of college. We would talk about the experience from time to time, but for the most part, we kept it to ourselves. We still don't know who was stalking us in the woods that night or what their intentions were. It was a cold, rainy Friday night. I had just come home from a long day at work, feeling exhausted and looking forward to a quiet evening alone. The house was dark and silent when I stepped inside, the only sound being the rain tapping against the windows. I dropped my keys on the table and kicked off my shoes, grateful to be home. As I walked into the living room, I noticed something strange. A faint smell, like something rotting, lingered in the air. I wrinkled my nose and made a mental note to check the fridge for any spoiled food later. For now, I just wanted to relax. I grabbed a blanket and settled onto the couch, turning on the TV for some background noise. After a few minutes, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was more than just the cold air, it was a feeling of being watched. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling persisted. I glanced around the room, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. I decided to ignore it and focused on the TV, but the sense of unease stayed with me. As the night went on, I heard odd noises coming from upstairs. At first, it was just a creak here and there, but soon it became more pronounced, like footsteps. My heart started to race, and I paused the TV, straining to listen. There it was again, a definite thud followed by a shuffling sound. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a burglar or an animal? I knew I had to find out. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly made my way up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. The sounds grew louder as I approached the top of the stairs. I hesitated for a moment, then forced myself to keep going. As I reached the hallway, I saw that the door to the guest bedroom was slightly ajar. A dim light was coming from inside. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open with my foot, shining the flashlight into the room. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, crouched in the corner, was a man. His clothes were dirty and torn, his hair matted and unkempt. He looked up at me with wide, frightened eyes, and I could see that he was shaking. "Who are you?" I managed to stammer, my voice trembling. The man didn't answer. He just stared at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and desperation. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the police or confront him? My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and fear. I decided to stay calm and try to talk to him. "Why are you here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The man finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I had nowhere else to go." His words tugged at my heart. He looked so pitiful, so broken. Despite my fear, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. "What's your name?" I asked gently. "Silas," he replied, his voice trembling. "I've been living on the streets for months. I found your house, and it was empty. I thought maybe I could stay for a while, just until I found somewhere else." My mind was racing. This man had been living in my house without me knowing. How long had he been here? How had he managed to stay hidden? I took a step closer, trying to understand his situation. "Why didn't you go to a shelter?" I asked. Silas shook his head. "The shelters are full. They turn people away." I was desperate. I stood there, torn between fear and compassion. This man had invaded my home, but he was clearly in need. I didn't know what to do. Should I help him or call the police? My thoughts were interrupted by another noise, a soft sob. Silas had started to cry. Seeing him like that, so vulnerable, I made a decision. "Okay, Silas," I said softly. "You can stay for the night, but tomorrow we'll figure something out. I can't have you living here without me knowing." Silas looked up at me, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you so much." I nodded and backed out of the room, closing the door behind me. My heart was still pounding, but I felt a strange sense of calm. I had done the right thing, I told myself. I would help Silas find a better place to stay. As I headed back downstairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had just taken a very unexpected turn. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of Silas and what I should do next. Morning came all too soon, and with it, the reality of the situation I had found myself in. But as I got up to face the day, I felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could make a difference in Silas's life. And maybe, in doing so, I would find a new purpose in my own. A few years ago, I lived in a small town. My family decided to move us 4 hours away to get away from all the drama. While my parents were out of town picking out houses, I brought my friend over and called up my cousins to take a little road trip. The place I wanted to go was pretty much off limits, but we were daredevils and wanted to experience something scary. We picked a place that was 2 to 3 hours away called Bryce Hospital. This place was supposedly haunted due to its history. It was a psychiatric facility where they would keep mentally ill people. There were rumors about how some of the patients were mistreated and tortured. As the population declined, they eventually shut down. Over the years, the building began rotting and succumbing to nature. We decided to leave around 11 p.m. so we could make it there by 2 a.m. The car ride was pretty fun, and we were all very pumped to see what we would find. We arrived around 2:43 a.m. and stopped at the beginning of the dirt road that led to it. We sat there for a few minutes, contemplating if we should really do this or not because we already had a bad feeling. After 10 minutes of staring at the dark road, we decided to go on. As we went down the road, it felt like it would never end. The grass was fully grown, and there were branches everywhere. It was pitch black, and we could barely even see the road. We finally made it to the building, and once we did, we all just stared in amazement. It was huge. The roof was rotted off, and vines were growing all over the walls. In the middle of the parking lot, or what was once the parking lot, was a giant old water fountain that also had vines growing from the sides. It was so dark we could only see what the headlights illuminated. We turned the car off and got out. We began walking into the building, and the first thing I noticed was pentagrams sprayed all over the walls. We kept walking farther in and made our way up the stairs, which was very hard considering they were practically non-existent. We climbed a ladder and got onto what was left of the roof. We looked around and noticed a light in the front of the building. It looked like a phone light. We called out, but nobody answered, and the light vanished as quickly as it appeared. My cousin told us to follow him into another room so he could make sure we were safe, but I had a terrible feeling. I wandered off into another room that was right beside the room they were in. I looked around and saw old mattresses and more graffiti. I heard my cousins talking when all of a sudden, I heard a faint sound. It was like someone threw a rock at the window of the room I was in. I didn't think anything of it and kept looking around. I met back up with my cousins and friend. We decided to go to the basement to check it out. Once we got down there, we had to take a break because it was difficult getting to the bottom due to the stairs being smashed. We sat there catching our breath until we heard a voice from the back of the room. We all paused, looking at each other. I was too afraid to move, fearing whatever was in there would come after me. My cousin walked back there slowly and shined his light around. As the light reached the far end of the room, he saw someone squatted, looking towards the wall. My cousin began backing up slowly with the light still on the guy. Once he got back to where we were, he lifted us out and began pulling himself out. Once we were out, he yelled to the man asking if he was okay. The man turned around and stared blankly at us. There was a moment of silence before the man let out wild screams. He began running towards us. We all started screaming and running away. We had no idea where to run but ended up climbing out of the window. We ended up in the woods behind the building. I remember running and screaming because I heard the man right behind me. My cousins were far ahead of me and I saw their flashlights slowly fading. I ran into so many trees that my entire body started to ache. I finally caught up to them in a clearing. We found a trail and started trying to find our way back to the car, but we ended up going the wrong direction for an hour and decided to turn back and try the other direction. It was a grueling way back, but we finally saw the building again and sighed with relief knowing we weren't far from the car. As we approached the car, we heard rustling in one of the bushes by the building, and like before, a rock flew out and hit my friend. We saw the man emerge from the bush, and we had to make a run for the car. As we were running, the man was a decent length behind us, so we could open the doors and lock them. Once we got in, we started up the car, and when we did, the headlights turned on, only to show the man running towards us. He started banging on the windows with a glass bottle. We put it in drive and took off out of there. The whole entire time we were heading home, we sat in silence. I think we all felt the same sense of shock. My body was shaking. After that night, we never had any interest in urban exploring ever again. A few years ago, I lived in a small town. My family decided to move us 4 hours away to get away from all the drama. While my parents were out of town picking out houses, I brought my friend over and called up my cousins to take a little road trip. The place I wanted to go was pretty much off limits, but we were daredevils and wanted to experience something scary. We picked a place that was 2 to 3 hours away called Bryce Hospital. This place was supposedly haunted due to its history. It was a psychiatric facility where they would keep mentally ill people. There were rumors about how some of the patients were mistreated and tortured. As the population declined, they eventually shut down. Over the years, the building began rotting and succumbing to nature. We decided to leave around 11 p.m. so we could make it there by 2 a.m. The car ride was pretty fun, and we were all very pumped to see what we would find. We arrived around 2:43 a.m. and stopped at the beginning of the dirt road that led to it. We sat there for a few minutes, contemplating if we should really do this or not because we already had a bad feeling. After 10 minutes of staring at the dark road, we decided to go on. As we went down the road, it felt like it would never end. The grass was fully grown, and there were branches everywhere. It was pitch black, and we could barely even see the road. We finally made it to the building, and once we did, we all just stared in amazement. It was huge. The roof was rotted off, and vines were growing all over the walls. In the middle of the parking lot, or what was once the parking lot, was a giant old water fountain that also had vines growing from the sides. It was so dark we could only see what the headlights illuminated. We turned the car off and got out. We began walking into the building, and the first thing I noticed was pentagrams sprayed all over the walls. We kept walking farther in and made our way up the stairs, which was very hard considering they were practically non-existent. We climbed a ladder and got onto what was left of the roof. We looked around and noticed a light in the front of the building. It looked like a phone light. We called out, but nobody answered, and the light vanished as quickly as it appeared. My cousin told us to follow him into another room so he could make sure we were safe, but I had a terrible feeling. I wandered off into another room that was right beside the room they were in. I looked around and saw old mattresses and more graffiti. I heard my cousins talking when all of a sudden, I heard a faint sound. It was like someone threw a rock at the window of the room I was in. I didn't think anything of it and kept looking around. I met back up with my cousins and friend. We decided to go to the basement to check it out. Once we got down there, we had to take a break because it was difficult getting to the bottom due to the stairs being smashed. We sat there catching our breath until we heard a voice from the back of the room. We all paused, looking at each other. I was too afraid to move, fearing whatever was in there would come after me. My cousin walked back there slowly and shined his light around. As the light reached the far end of the room, he saw someone squatted, looking towards the wall. My cousin began backing up slowly with the light still on the guy. Once he got back to where we were, he lifted us out and began pulling himself out. Once we were out, he yelled to the man asking if he was okay. The man turned around and stared blankly at us. There was a moment of silence before the man let out wild screams. He began running towards us. We all started screaming and running away. We had no idea where to run but ended up climbing out of the window. We ended up in the woods behind the building. I remember running and screaming because I heard the man right behind me. My cousins were far ahead of me and I saw their flashlights slowly fading. I ran into so many trees that my entire body started to ache. I finally caught up to them in a clearing. We found a trail and started trying to find our way back to the car, but we ended up going the wrong direction for an hour and decided to turn back and try the other direction. It was a grueling way back, but we finally saw the building again and sighed with relief knowing we weren't far from the car. As we approached the car, we heard rustling in one of the bushes by the building, and like before, a rock flew out and hit my friend. We saw the man emerge from the bush, and we had to make a run for the car. As we were running, the man was a decent length behind us, so we could open the doors and lock them. Once we got in, we started up the car, and when we did, the headlights turned on, only to show the man running towards us. He started banging on the windows with a glass bottle. We put it in drive and took off out of there. The whole entire time we were heading home, we sat in silence. I think we all felt the same sense of shock. My body was shaking. After that night, we never had any interest in urban exploring ever again. Way back when I was a teenager, my friend's house was broken into. My mom was out of town, and I was at my friend Acer's house. We lived in a middle-class to upper-class neighborhood in the suburbs. Nothing super fancy, just a pretty average American home. All the houses looked similar in design, and they all had the same cookie-cutter, average-sized yard. Friend Acer lived right down the street, and I wanted to hang out over there and sleep over because I didn't like to stay home alone at night, and my mom wasn't really sure if I was ready for it yet either. Quite frankly, I was 11 years old, and I was a pretty shy and timid kid that was always sucked into the Xbox. I didn't play sports, and my dad wasn't in the picture very much. I was kind of a mama's boy, as embarrassing as that is to admit, but it's the truth. I was scared to stay home alone for a whole night. It was okay, though, because Acer's parents let me sleep over. Acer's parents, Beck and Irina, were really cool. It was a Saturday night, and they were also having company over. They were grilling out and having some drinks by the fire while Acer and I and a few of his younger cousins ran around the yard, playing catch, jumping on the trampoline, and swimming in their pool. After a few hours of being kids and bouncing off the walls, we grew tired, so we hung out inside for a bit. Then eventually, we made our way outside for an hour or so to hang out with the adults until our curfew came up. I would say around 11 o'clock, his parents made us go inside to get ready for bed. They put a movie on for all of us kids in the basement, and we set up a bunch of sleeping bags. We were watching some random movie, I don't remember what it was, but after a while, I fell asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so it wasn't a surprise when I woke up to one of the doors creeping open in the basement, along with some heavy footsteps, which sounded like they were coming from the stairs. I lifted my head up to see what was going on, but I couldn't see much. It was really dark down there, and I figured it was one of Acer's little cousins maybe just using the restroom or something, so I laid back down. I rolled over and went back to sleep, but within a matter of minutes, I woke to a pounding sound. I couldn't tell what the banging noise was, but I could tell it was coming from behind us, towards the stairs. Acer's basement was a decent size, and we were in the living room part of it, but on the other side, there was a bar and like 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. I thought the noise was coming from downstairs, but I wasn't totally sure. I thought that it might have been one of the adults and that maybe they were just grabbing something from downstairs, so I tried to close my eyes again. It was really dark down there, and I didn't expect it to be a stranger either. That, or I thought that maybe one of the adults went to the restroom as well. I didn't have a phone, so I couldn't check the time or get a hold of anyone. I wasn't really sure I needed to anyways. I sat and listened for a while, though, and I couldn't hear the adults outside partying anymore. Maybe they were done for the night and coming in to check on us, I thought. You remember when you were a kid and thought there were monsters under your bed or in the closet? That fear you would feel, but deep down, you knew there was nothing to be scared about because you knew it wasn't real. Kind of felt like that. I went back to sleep one more time, but this time, what happened was far more disturbing than the previous times I'd been woken up. I woke up to a man on top of me, shaking me and trying to grab me. Other kids and Acer all ran to get the adults for help. I put up a fight, but eventually, the strange man grabbed me full on and started to run. I was being kidnapped. I did everything I could to try to get away, kicking, biting, scratching, and I even tried to dig my fingers through the man's eyes, but nothing was working. I was hopeless. That is, until Acer's dad chased him down and hit him in the head with a fire extinguisher. We both fell straight to the ground on the sidewalk, and I hit my head on the cement. Somehow, the man managed to stand up and run away, and since he had a mask on, we had no way of identifying him. I wonder if things would have ended differently had the other adults been there still. Maybe they would have chased the man down and beat his ass, and he would have got arrested, and I could actually sleep at night. But for the longest of times, I couldn't sleep. The same nightmare came to me over and over and would replay in my head. We think that the man let himself inside through the sliding glass door in the basement. I wonder how long he was standing there, planning the attack. If I would have listened to my gut, maybe things would have turned out differently, but I actually ended up with a concussion anyway. Nothing too severe, but still a concussion. Ever since that day, no matter what it is, I always listen to my intuition, and I suggest you do the same. It's always better to be safe than sorry, believe me. I'm also really glad that Acer's parents were still awake, or maybe I would have been murdered or kidnapped or even worse. One night, my girlfriend Meadow and I decided it would be fun to go bowling. We drove to the closest bowling alley and went through the whole process of renting shoes, finding balls, and picking a lane. We both were really bad, neither of us had been bowling in many years. We paid for an hour of bowling. Meadow wasn't really enjoying it too much because she kept getting gutter balls. I was doing better than her, but not by much, so I wasn't really able to help her out much. And then, to make matters even worse, Meadow's ex-boyfriend arrived with his group of friends and started bowling a few lanes down from us. Meadow looked away, refusing to even look in that direction, whispering at me that we need to leave now. We packed it up early and left. She went to the car and waited while I returned the shoes. I think her ex spotted me while I was at the front counter, and I looked away. I didn't tell Meadow this, though. We went home and agreed to play Wii bowling instead and have some wine. That sounded much more fun anyway. When we got home, the first thing I did was turn on the Wii and open a bottle of wine. The bowling alley trip was a failure, but I didn't want Meadow to be unhappy. We played Wii bowling for like half an hour with music on in the background and drinking wine. It turned out to be much more fun than the bowling alley, until the current song that was playing ended and we heard something come from upstairs. In that brief moment of silence, Meadow and I looked at each other, telling me she heard it too. I turned off the music for good, but now there was just silence. The sound we heard could best be described as a heavy object being dropped on the floor. I went upstairs to investigate. I checked every bedroom with the lights on. I checked under every bed. I was relieved to find nothing. I wasn't actually expecting to find someone in the house, but naturally, you do need to go investigate if you hear a suspicious sound in your house. Still, I wondered what actually made the sound because I didn't find anything on the floor. After maybe another half an hour of playing Wii bowling, we brought our little wine party upstairs to the bedroom and eventually felt as a lightweight, so she got much drunker than me, which explains why I was the one to wake up in the middle of the night and not her. I heard what woke me up, though. It was another clear and distinct sound of something heavy being dropped from above. But the only thing is, now we were upstairs, and yet the sound still came from above. What else would be above us? The attic. The attic door is right outside my bedroom door. It's one of those doors with the string that you pull down, and a metal ladder comes down. I tiptoed out of the bedroom to not wake up Meadow. I stood under the attic door and listened. Every 5 seconds or so, I heard the slightest creaking sound, like from the weight of something moving around. I didn't want to scare Meadow, but I'd heard of animals getting into people's attics sometimes. I went to get a broom from the closet to use as a possible weapon if I were to have to fend off an animal. Then I quietly pulled the attic door open and climbed up. I stopped at the top of the ladder in the darkness and listened. I heard creaking. It was the creaking of the wooden rocking chair we had up there. I used my phone as a light to reveal the rocking chair. There was someone sitting in it, slowly rocking. I nearly fell off the ladder. I wanted to go run back to Meadow and hide. I wanted to do anything but approach this person, but I gathered the courage to yell, "Who are you?" The rocking stopped, and the man turned around to look at me. He started making this animalistic gargling growling sound. Then he got up, and that's when I hurried down the ladder and pushed the attic door up. I screamed for Meadow to call the cops until I heard her acknowledge me. I stayed under the attic door, preventing it from being opened as the man in the attic tried kicking the door open. He eventually stopped, and I heard the deranged laughter of a sick, mentally ill person. He spoke in another language. It sounded Russian. I felt like my arms were going to fall off holding up the attic door, waiting for the police. When they finally arrived, Meadow went downstairs to let them in. From here, it was the job of the police officers to go up there and remove the man. Meadow and I waited in the living room, sitting on the couch next to each other, until we saw them bringing the man out through the living room to the front door in handcuffs. The way the man looked at me said everything. He was a dangerous, mentally ill person. His stare was full of hatred and craziness, with the hint of confusion. His lip contorted in this bizarre way that would almost make you think he were drunk. Whatever happened with him, we don't know. We didn't press civil charges, but I'm sure he was charged criminally if they didn't deem him to be insane. This happened in the summertime when we keep the windows open, and so it was most likely that he squeezed through one of the windows in the backyard. I'm not sure why he picked our house. We may just have been the unlucky house he stumbled across. My family and I used to go camping all the time, sometimes more than 3 or 4 times a year, even. We were camping in White Mountain National Forest, and it was our first time doing a more primitive type of camp. Usually, we went to traditional campsites like Yogi Bear Jellystone or even KOA, but this time we were in for something different. I wasn't that excited for it because I didn't think it would be as fun. I think I was 14 when this happened, around that age at least. I was still in an angsty teenage phase, if you will. I was still a good kid, just a little emotional and rough around the edges. When we got there, while my parents were setting up, my little brother and I wanted to do some exploring. We walked around for a while, but we didn't go too far as we didn't know the area and we didn't want to get lost or stray too far from camp. We talked about anything you would imagine 2 unsupervised children would talk about. I started messing with my little brother, Blair, saying things like we were lost and to watch out for the bears and the monsters. Pretty crappy, I know, but I thought it was funny. We messed with each other like that all the time, but I could tell he was actually starting to get scared, so I let him know I was only joking. I was hoping to find a cool bank offshore, like a place we could swim or fish. I found the perfect spot. He ran over to it to investigate it, and I fell in love with the scenery. It truly was beautiful. Our little kid brains loved every second of the outdoors. I knew we had been gone a while, though, and I was in charge of my brother, and I didn't want us to get in trouble. Mom wanted us back before dark anyway, and we were starting to lose daylight. So, we walked back to camp, had dinner, and did our nightly ritual with the family, like playing board games. We had a campfire and all that fun stuff until eventually, it was time for bed. Blair and I were staying in our own tent, while our mom and dad had their own as well. We got our sleeping bags, a lantern, and not much of anything else, maybe some snacks that we snuck into our tent and a DVD player to watch a movie. I fell asleep, but I remember waking up for seemingly no reason in a groggy state of mind. I turned over towards Blair and noticed he was gone. I instantly shot up. I walked out of the tent and saw him walking towards the trail that we came from earlier. "Blair, what are you doing?" I asked. "Get back to sleep before Dad finds out what you're doing." That was when I heard a noise coming from my parents' tent. I worried that I woke them up by basically yelling. I don't know how Blair got out of the tent without me noticing in the first place, but he kept walking until eventually, he was out of my sight. I ended up finding him off the trail a ways, thanks to my lantern, and he was sitting by the lake. I grabbed him by the arm and yanked him towards camp when all of a sudden, we saw a shadow. It was a man, and there was something really wrong with him. Like, seriously. He wasn't only just being a creep by staring at us, but he was clearly deranged. He was standing in the moonlight, and I could see him semi-clearly. He had long, dark hair that looked greasy and a creepy mustache. He also had some sort of tool in his hand that looked like a hammer. The way he was just standing there, all crusty looking and staring intensely, showed me enough. He was just sitting there, mouth breathing, and he was extremely pale. He looked like he hadn't showered in weeks. I didn't stay for another second or even bother to say a word to him. I mean, come on, I was pretty sure he was a murderer. Now the chase was on. Blair wasn't as fast as me and he could barely keep up. Keep in mind, he was only 9 or 10, so his little legs could only go so fast. I grabbed his arm and practically dragged him to make him go faster. The other problem that we had was we had to get past this man to get back to camp, so we legit had to make a detour and run in a circle around him. I don't know what we would have done if it wasn't dark or if we weren't already close to home. We were pretty sure that we lost him and eventually met up with Mom and Dad. They found us out a ways from camp. I guess we were heading in the wrong direction. We kind of got lost in the panic, I guess. You'll never guess what happened after that. When we arrived back at camp, my dad's truck was gone, the only vehicle that we had out there. That man baited us off camp and he stole the truck, broke into our tents, and stole my dad's wallet and phone. Luckily, we had a walkie-talkie to call for help. The police found my dad's truck and actually arrested the man a few days later. What if we would have been out further into the woods that night? That man would have been out further into the woods that night. That man would have caught us, no doubt about it. He chased us through the woods and tried to murder us or kidnap us, one of the two. When my dad got the truck back, unfortunately, it was totaled in a drunk driving incident by the man that stole it. Man, that trip was a nightmare.
I've worked as a nurse in multiple hospitals and facilities. Before the current hospital I work at, I worked at a geriatric hospital 40 minutes from my house. I had experience working with older patients before, so this was nothing new to me. I had been working at this hospital for only a couple of weeks that I will tell you why I quit my job at my old hospital. This was on my last shift at this hospital. I was working the graveyard shifts and running on negative hours of sleep. I was assigned to the Alzheimer's ward. The patients in this ward absolutely adored me. My presence as a young girl in her 20s among the residents, who were otherwise left to themselves to float around in their minds, I'm sure, saw me as a breath of fresh air, someone who could tie them to the now or to the everyday. If you're just left by yourself, you can mentally go to other places, but with someone else in your space, you're tied to that moment in time. I was dealing with a number of patients that night, but one was a little more restless than the others. Her name was Mary. This was my first night dealing with her, and she kept telling me any time I'd enter her room about the voices she kept hearing and the man dressed in black she kept seeing in the corner of the room. The other lady in her room requested her curtain be closed before my shift started so that Mary would leave her alone. Since I started my shift around 10 p.m., most of the patients were asleep by 11, but not Mary. Whenever she called me into the room, she'd be frightened of these alleged voices she was hearing and the man in black that kept staring at her in the corner of the room. Not gonna lie, it was creeping me out a little. I believed that in her mind she was seeing and hearing these things, and I sympathized with her because I imagined them to be very scary. But still, I tried my best to calm her down and get her to go to sleep. I didn't want to turn on the TV to calm her down because I wanted to be courteous of the other patient in the room. I held Mary's hands and told her it's okay to breathe and relax. I reminded her that she wasn't here alone and that I was always just a call away. This seemed to do the trick. Mary relaxed for a while, and the next time I came in the room, she was asleep. Once most, if not all, the patients were asleep, the night goes much slower. Time almost moves in reverse. An hour or two later, I was in the linen room stocking my cart when I heard something in the room. It was a relatively small, dead quiet room. I had the door closed, too. That's why hearing another noise was weird. I turned, saw nothing, and resumed stocking my cart. Then I felt what I can only describe as a hand on my shoulder. I looked at my shoulder, jumped, and screamed, but there was nothing there. No one was in the room, yet I knew I felt something large basically grab my shoulder. I went out into the hall for a second to peek my head. No other nurses were in sight. Dead quiet. I had nothing else to do but resume what I was doing. I continued stocking the cart until it was full. Then I turned to face the door, and I fell to the floor and started screaming as my heart immediately leapt into my throat. There was a man dressed in black standing outside the door, looking through the glass and smiling. My screams were loud enough to wake the entire ward. The man disappeared out of sight through the glass window of the door. Seconds later, the door opened and one of my fellow nurses came in to help me off the floor, as I was hysterical. I asked her if she saw the man dressed in black. Her response was, "What man? There's no one else here." We checked all the rooms in the ward. There wasn't anybody dressed in black in there. My screams woke Mary from whatever light sleep she must have been in. When I came into her room, she started talking about the voices again, this time mentioning the screams, which she didn't know were mine. I asked her what the man in black looked like, and if he was smiling. She looked at me, and I noticed her eyebrows point down as her expression changed to the most focused I'd seen her the entire day. She asked, "How did you know?" Even with my heart still racing, I felt it skip a beat as she said this. She started screaming now, screaming, "Get me out of here, he's coming." The other nurses came in and tried to calm her down. I was switched to a different ward that night with someone else, and I eventually ended up going home early because I was just so freaked out. I texted the head nurse that the experience had traumatized me and that I really didn't want to be in that building anymore. I got as friendly of a response as I could have hoped for. I've never been diagnosed with anything, nor have I ever dealt with hallucinations of any kind. I'm aware of the effects of lack of sleep, but this was next level. I don't know if my mind started playing tricks on me from what Mary was telling me all night, but the feeling of the hand on my shoulder, the image of the smiling man behind the glass door matching the description a patient kept giving multiple times, this was one of those once-in-a-lifetime, unexplainable supernatural occurrences. At least, I hope it was once in a lifetime.
Near where I live, but far out into the sticks, there's a glorified gravel path in the woods called Rube Hill. It runs maybe 3 miles long, and only a half mile of it is paved. On the south end is the pavement with a few old but otherwise normal houses dotting it, deceptively average at that point. Then the houses end, the pavement ends, and the gravel road shoots up a steep hill. It's not taken care of at all. The gravel is piled up in potholes, so unless you're driving a nice off-road vehicle, you'd want to take it easy. Since you need to drive slowly, you get a nice clear view of the handmade signs nailed to the trees with messages like, "No trespassing," and "We are watching you." At the top of the hill, the road winds lazily for a little under a mile before diving back down the other side of the hill. The gravel is in equally crappy condition on this side. After you reach the bottom of the hill, the road cuts straightish for about a mile through cornfields before intersecting with another road. The reason I am so familiar with the layout is that I have taken friends on late-night drives to this road to scare the crap out of them. Never an elaborate prank, I just drive slowly and play creepy music to get them amped up and paranoid. I always made sure to talk about the meth heads and their labs out there too, and how the sheriffs try to avoid going out there because it's dangerous. I figured it was just stories, but I think now there's an element of truth to some of the rumors. I was with my friend David one night, and we decided to go on a late-night drive to Rube Hill to freak ourselves out. So we took off, drove down the various country highways and back roads, and turned onto it. I made sure to play extra creepy music. Since David and I had made the trip before, it honestly lost its creepy luster on me by then, but I still enjoyed the long drives and scaring my friends, of course. It mostly went by uneventfully, and we were almost across the hill, about to descend the other side, when David freaked out. I checked my mirrors to see what he was freaking about and saw truck headlights down the road. They seemed to be where the road first topped the hill. The truck made it under the only streetlight on top of the hill, a really dim orange light, and I could see it was kicking up a ton of dirt, speeding towards us. I paused the music, and sure enough, with the windows down, I could hear the gravel crunching and flying as the vehicle was speeding. Keep in mind that I've driven this road dozens of times, both during the day and at night, and had never encountered another vehicle. So having a truck speeding to seemingly catch up to us at midnight on a road lousy with rumored meth heads was pretty jarring. Usually, I didn't relinquish my brakes driving down that hill, but this time I didn't even touch them and made it out of there. The next day, I was hanging out with another friend, Robert. Robert and I were just lounging around, playing video games, talking about physics, Robert's favorite thing, and Chipotle. My favorite thing. I, of course, told him all about David and me getting chased the previous night and kind of hammed it up too, made it come across as a little more harrowing than it really was. But now Robert wanted to go to the road. So we waited until late that night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, and went to Rube Hill. This time, I wasn't playing any music. I wanted to be alert. It was all going quite normally, just like usual, when I slammed on my brakes. I threw the car in park and just said, you see that too, right? I looked at Robert. He was just as confused as me, and he just nodded. My headlights were clearly illuminating a thick metal cable stretched across the road. On the right, it was wrapped around a tree at what I'd guess was roughly head height for a standing adult, and it was pulled tight across the road and anchored to a fence post at roughly chest height. I had no idea what to make of it or how to react when I heard gravel being thrown by tires. I checked my mirrors. And sure enough, truck headlights were tearing down the road from behind us. I started freaking out, my breathing and heart rate were out of control, and I began sweating. Robert just swore under his breath quietly. I threw it into drive, pulled as far to the right as I could, and my low-sitting car slid under the cable with a loud metal-on-metal scraping noise. I cringed as I heard the scrap, but I wasn't about to sit there and get caught. So again, I flew down the hill, and this is the creepy cherry on the sundae for me personally. Because Robert didn't see it, as we left the tree line and entered the cornfields, I glanced to my right past Robert and briefly caught a glimpse of somebody standing about 3 or 4 feet back in the corn. I just felt my stomach scrunch up, and I floored the accelerator. I glanced at my rearview mirror and could see a man standing in the road behind us, illuminated by the moon in my taillights. He had a long object slung over his shoulder. I couldn't tell if it was a cane or maybe a rifle. But I didn't stay to find out. Before I could even tell Robert about it, we were around a bend and out of sight. I haven't been back to the road since then. I'm an 18-year-old female and I've been stalked quite a few times in my life, but thankfully most of the perpetrators were more annoying than scary, though these 2 individuals never got to bloom into full stalkers due to the fact that I moved out of state. They were easily the creepiest individuals I'd ever met. I'd begun attending community college, and in an effort to make friends, I joined an anime club. Once a month, we'd scrape together enough money for pizza and soda and reserve a room in the library, then spend the day watching everyone's favorites. Everything was great until the second meeting. We watched Princess Mononoke and Kiki's Delivery Service and some other similar movies. Then Orson put in the last movie of the day. It was an animated softcore erotic video. None of us knew what to do. We were all kind of socially awkward. He sat through our movies quietly and politely, so were we supposed to do the same? We spent the hour and 20 minutes red-faced and casting each other horrified looks while Orson watched a disgusting lewd video with wicked attention. Finally, it was over, and then he turned around and asked, "So what did you guys think?" He was looking directly at me, and that was the first time I noticed that I was the only female in the anime club. Trying to be polite, I made a huge mistake. It was, interesting. I meant it to convey that his choice was interesting considering that we'd all brought in Disney movies, but he took it to mean I was fascinated with what he played for us. From that day on, he showed up everywhere I went on campus. The second I entered any sort of common room, there he was with his laptop, trying to show me more of these videos, seating himself way too close to me so we could both lean into his screen and watch it. Each time, I would tell him I didn't really like this show as politely as I could and move to another table, but he would move right back uncomfortably close to me and assure me that I would get into the story if I just watched. One day, he sat next to me and pulled out a notebook, showing me a drawing. It looked like a creepy robot uterus, but hoping I was wrong, I asked what it was, and it was a creepy robot uterus. He was writing a book about an AI sex toy that invades lady parts and turns them into ravening sex fiends willing to do anything for the D. He wanted my opinions on his story, and I told him it wasn't really my kind of story. I tried to move again, but he followed and just kept asking really inappropriate questions in the name of research. Thankfully, at this point, Reggie, the boy who had brought me into the anime club, noticed that Orson was following me table by table through the lunchroom as my face was always red with embarrassment. He came over. Orson actually fled before he even spoke. It sort of seemed like Orson was afraid of Reggie, and thank God for that. Reggie was awesome and always in the lunchroom. All I had to do was hang out near his anti-Orson force field. Reggie played World of Darkness with his friends, and I had played all through high school. By proximity, I was eventually asked to join the game. I met with the storyteller, Ryder, and gave him my character sheet. He informed me that I could keep whatever stats I had, but I was going to be taking over the role of Jenny, a long-standing NPC. I asked who Jenny was but was only told I'd get a huge kick out of it. So I attended, waiting for him to introduce me to the team. They were playing the game in a CD strip club setting. Everyone looked bored but Ryder and a player named Kane. I didn't know Kane, but he was huge and creepy, with an intense, unblinking stare that was always focused either on Ryder or me. I started to get a bad feeling. Then Ryder announces that Jenny the hooker has arrived to service Kane's character. He turns right to me and grins. Kane's staring focus locks onto me. Ryder eventually relents, sulking. I finished that game and showed up for one more, but Ryder insisted on sexualizing my character and Kane just sat there across from me, both games, breathing heavily and glaring. I quit the game, but Kane started following me. He never really spoke to me, just sat across the room from me glaring and snorting with Orson. They were friends, of course they were. I had to abandon the cafeteria entirely because while Orson was creeping, I was pretty sure Kane was dangerous, and he wasn't afraid of Reggie. Also, it really looked like Orson was encouraging him to do something while they stared at me, whispering. I left the state at the end of the semester, but I kept in touch with Reggie. About 7 years later, I married him. When I brought up all the crazy things that happened back when we met, he told me that actually, everyone was afraid of Kane, particularly Ryder. They tried to disband the game because all Kane wanted to do was rent fake hookers, but he made veiled threats that he might do something insane if they stopped playing with him. To this day, I think Ryder was offering me to Kane the same way you offer the crazy guy at the office a Snickers, just in the off chance that if he does do something drastic, he won't do it to you. One particularly snowy February a few years back, I was out shooting birds in my beloved state of Michigan. I had my old German Shepherd dog with me, Jazz, who has to be the best bird dog this side of the Great Lakes. I took Jazz out for a hunt at Harrisville State Park, just a few hours north of Detroit. He was on one of those extendable leashes at first, just in case he got too excited and took off through the forest. But I bought a cheap one online, and it wasn't a very good one. Rather than a long strap leash, this was more of a cord or thick string, good for a smaller dog, not so good for a German Shepherd. So we're getting pretty deep into the woods when we come across paw prints in the snow. I'm no tracker, but they look pretty canine, so I figured it was a dog or something. But the way Jazz was barking made me think it might have been a fox. Foolishly, I was encouraging her to find the evil fox, hyping her up with my tone of voice. It was dumb because the next thing I know, she's pulling on the leash really hard. And I can feel the cheap plastic beginning to bend in my grip. Then the cord just snaps, and obviously, Jazz does what dogs do and just follows her nose through the trees, completely ignoring my cries for her to stop. Although she wasn't exactly hard to follow, as she made huge bounding tracks in the snow, I was obviously extremely anxious that she'd get lost. I wouldn't just be heartbroken, my parents would literally murder me if I lost her dog. There wasn't any undergrowth, so I could see him darting around the woods about 60 or so feet in front of me, smelling things while ignoring me. I'm following him, trying to get his attention. There were coyotes in the area, and I didn't want him finding a den and sticking his head in. He eventually darted down a side path, an unmarked unofficial trail that ran along the creek. I knew it fairly well and had been on it in the summer, but this was winter, so it might as well have been another country. The creek cut through some hills, and the path was pretty much along the hilltops the creek had cut. But still, I followed the dog along the narrow, slippery pathways. That's when I hit a patch of ice. I really should have seen it coming, and it was dumb of me to just go running off like that in such hazardous conditions. But you must know how it feels, thinking you're going to lose a pet. I think I'd run through fire just to catch up with that old hound. I slipped, falling in the frozen dirt so hard it knocked the wind out of me. I'm not talking about just from the impact, I really did land right on my sternum. I had to roll over, I was desperate to draw a breath, but that's what sent me rolling down that steep hill towards the creek bed. I rolled over onto my belly and tried to grab for a root to stop myself from sliding. Only when I grabbed it, I had half a second to realize it wasn't a root, it was nothing but a loose twig. So I fell all the way down the hill, slamming into rocks and tree stumps the whole way down. I'm yelping and cursing, but I got a flash of the frozen water in my eyes and began to panic. Really panic. If I was injured and I ended up in that freezing cold water, I was a dead man. The creek was frozen over, but I hit with enough force to break the ice. Thankfully, the water wasn't deep at all in that section I landed. When I tried to stand, at first my knees buckled, and I went to my hands and knees. At first, I thought my fears were confirmed, that I'd broken an ankle or something. But I hadn't, I was just banged up from the fall. Pretty much everything but my shoulders and head were submerged in freezing cold water. I remember screaming in frustration as I scrambled to my feet and stumbled to a place I could get back up out of the water. And Jazz at least came down to see what I was screaming about. When she got close enough for me to grab her, I tied the length of cord from her side of the broken leash to my wrist. She wasn't getting away again, I'd see to that. It was around this time I noticed my pant leg had been ripped open when I fell into the creek, and so was my knee. I don't know whether it was a sharp rock or something else I landed on. Still, I was bleeding pretty good, and soon it started to throb. That's when I started the walk back to my car. It couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 miles, but I was completely wet with ice-cold water in February, bleeding and walking with a pretty bad limp. Like I said, I'm no expert tracker or anything, but I was terrified that a bear or something would smell my blood and chase me down before I got a chance to get to safety. Worst case scenario was, of course, playing in my head the whole way back to the car. But I got there, peeled out of my wet outer layer, but I didn't have anything dry to change into. I did at least have a first aid kit handy to bandage my leg. I had the heater on full blast. I put my unfired .22 in the back seat. There was no way I'd be shooting it while it was soaked through. Best to just head home and see to getting my leg checked out by a nurse. But before I moved, I sat there for a while in the car, shaking from the cold and the realization that it could have gone a whole lot worse. My basic training for the Air Force was at Air Force Base. After that, I was sent to Shepherd Air Force Base for technical school. After my graduation, I received orders to McGuire Air Force Base in New Jersey. There, my job was aerospace mechanic. At first, I started on the night duty, unfortunately, so my sleep schedule was basically non-existent. My duties basically were lugging plane parts like anti-ice valves, igniters, ignition exciters, sensors, and more from the warehouse to the flight line. It was, for the most part, boring, repetitive work, especially at night. A lot of sitting around and playing games on my phone, but nobody heard that from me. It had to be like 3 a.m. at this point. I was waiting for the other guy to come drop off some parts to the flight line. He'll be referred to as Dan for the purpose of this story. I was waiting by the back cargo area of the plane we were working on at the time, sitting on a box, scrolling through my phone. Dan was taking an incredibly long time with his delivery, so I shot him a few texts. When they went unresponded to, I tried calling him a few times. The calls rang 4 times, then went to voicemail. I figured he was either screening his calls, lost his phone, or was just very busy at the moment. I waited and he never showed up. Eventually I got a call from Dan's number. So I picked up, but it wasn't Dan's voice on the other end. It was some random guy. He sounded like a grown man in his 45s. He said he saw I tried calling a few times and said he found this phone on the ground outside of the base. I described what Dan looked like and asked him if he had seen anyone who may have resembled him. He said he had not. It's not like he would have been allowed on the base, so my only option was to drive out there and meet him. I asked him where he was and he gave me the name of a nearby joint where I agreed to meet him. I walked to my car, which was parked in the closest parking lot, and I drove off the base towards the place he told me to meet him. While I was mid-drive, I remembered Dan was sharing his location with me. Long story, but we basically met these 2 girls this one night while off base, who we separated from each other with. We, as a joke, started sharing our locations with each other in case we got quote-unquote murdered, as we kept joking. We joked about it mainly because we met them at a sketchy dive bar, but I'm not about to get into that. The place the man on the phone told me to meet him was called Tony, the closest town to the base. I pulled up the location of Dan's phone, and it checked out. It showed Dan's phone location right next to Tony. This begged the question, what was that man doing there this late at this hour? The place wasn't open, and there were 0 cars on the road. I pulled into the little parking lot and parked. I stepped out and called Dan's phone again. The guy picked up and he spoke in a noticeably lower voice now. I told him I was in the parking lot of the pub, and he said he was as well. He said in almost a whisper, "I'll be right over," and he hung up. It was weirder in the moment than it sounds explaining it. I looked at the location on my phone to see if it was updating, but it seemed the location of Dan's phone was in the small patch of woods about 200 feet long and 200 feet wide. I tried calling again and it went straight to voicemail. I looked around the whole parking lot but didn't see anyone. I was all alone, not even an occasional passing car. I looked to the woods when I heard something over the sound of the crickets, like someone's footsteps, and then I saw a man. It was him. He was standing just behind the tree line between the woods and the parking lot. He called to me, "Are you alone?" The sight of him, only his upper body visible, was freaky as hell. I called back, "No, why?" as I inched my way closer to my car. This was one giant red flag. He called back, "Who are you with?" I didn't answer that. I got in my car and drove back to base. I called my supervisor and told him Dan was missing and someone was hiding in a patch of woods with his phone. My supervisor told me he was with Dan at that moment. He told me to meet them at the small building by the flight line. I met with the 2 and told them once again what I witnessed when tracking his phone. Dan told me what happened while off the base. He was approached by somebody outside of a 24/7 convenience store asking for a ride back to the base. Dan believed that he was actually in the Air Force at first and let him in the car. But as they were driving, the man asked Dan to pull over by the woods so he could pee real quick. Dan obliged for some reason. As Dan was pulled to the side of the road by the same small patch of woods by Tony, he wasn't paying attention for a minute and his door was opened by the man. Without a second to even react, the man was grabbing Dan's arms and squeezing them as he tried to pull him out of the car. Dan said he kicked at the man's groin area until he let go. He dropped his phone and it fell out of the car during the struggle, but as he was free, he drove the car away with the door still open at first. The next thing that happened was he went back to the base to talk with our supervisor. We, of course, called the police and all went to Tony to check if the man was still there. The location of Dan's phone was no longer popping up on the map. It's possible the man destroyed the phone. All we did was file a police report. Some people out there are actually crazy and dangerous. Who knows what he would have done to either of us if he had gotten us in the woods. One bizarre thing that happened when I was a kid was a sleepover experience that I had. It was back when I was probably about 8 or 9 years old. I just know that I lived with my parents and older brother in the suburbs. A new family moved into the house across the street and one house to the right. They had a kid who was my age, and I remember meeting him when they first arrived. His name was Jackie. There were a few kids in the neighborhood that I would hang out with here and there. Over the first week or two that Jackie lived there, I sort of hung out with him like twice. My impression of him was that he was pretty weird. He was kind of rude and didn't seem to like the same things that the other neighborhood kids and I did. There were a few games that we would always play, and I remember that when we invited him, he said that they were dumb. I don't really remember much else, but I just know that I didn't have the best impression of him. Then one day, my mom told me that Jackie was going to have a sleepover with me. I remember thinking, when did I agree to this? I told my mom that I thought he was kind of weird, but she said that he probably was just shy and insecure about moving to a new town. Apparently, Jackie's mom asked my mom if he could stay over because she wanted him to make new friends. I'm not sure if he had a hard time making friends or anything, but I reluctantly agreed. So Jackie walked over with his mom, and our moms talked for a little while. Jackie's mom seemed pretty nice, but Jackie really didn't. We went upstairs to my bedroom, and I figured that we could just play video games. I talked to Jackie for a while. I don't really remember much of the conversation, though. Then we started gaming, and I was feeling a little bit better about him. He was decent at whatever games we played, and we didn't really have to talk much. We could just go on from one game to the next, and it's always nice to have somebody to game with. This was before online gaming was super popular, so multiplayer often meant having to actually have another person there in the room. At whatever time I usually went to bed, we stopped gaming, and Jackie had a sleeping bag that he brought with him. Then I got into my bed, and the lights went out. The next thing I remember was waking up when it was still dark out. I was like half awake and didn't know what was going on. After opening my eyes, though, I noticed Jackie standing in my bedroom. He was holding one of the little Nerf footballs that I had. He then walked over to my bedroom window and opened it up. Now I was just laying there, still squinting my eyes from having just woken up. I didn't say anything or even move. After opening my bedroom window, Jackie tossed the ball out of it. Then he walked over and grabbed another ball and tossed that out of the window as well. I really don't know why I just watched him, but my guess is that I was just so confused, that and the fact that I had literally just woken up from a deep sleep. Then Jackie walked over and picked up my PlayStation, unhooking the controllers and other wires. I realized he was probably going to toss that out of the window as well. When he was walking over to the window, I finally spoke up. I asked him what on earth he was doing. He then looked over at me, surprised as if he didn't expect me to wake up. Then he dropped my PlayStation on the ground right there, turned, and then he ran out of my bedroom. I was shocked. I got up and walked out of the room and then heard our front door to the house opening. He had left the house entirely. I walked down and then I left the house to see where Jackie had gone. When I got out into the front yard, I saw Jackie sprinting into his yard and then entering his house. I was really weirded out by this. I went and got my nerve balls that he dropped out the window, then I went back inside and went back to bed. The next morning, I told my parents about it, who seemed to be just as confused as I was. We thought that maybe he was sleepwalking or something, but his parents never said anything about it before or after. For about 2 weeks, I didn't see Jackie at all. I don't recall seeing his parents outside either. Then the next time that I saw him was almost just as strange. One night, I was sitting in my bedroom playing video games like I often did. It was warm, so I went to open up my window to get a cool breeze. My window faced out the front yard, and as soon as I looked outside, I saw somebody standing in the front yard. I looked closer and realized that it was Jackie. He was just standing there at the end of the front yard by the street, right next to the pine tree, and he appeared to be staring right at me. I kept looking at him for probably 10 seconds, then Jackie turned and walked away. I didn't know what this kid's problem with me was. I checked out of my window several more times that night but never saw him again. So these events took place during the summertime. I was expecting that once the school year came around, he would probably be in my class, but his family ended up moving towards the end of the summer. I never did see him again after that. I still wonder why he acted that way and did those strange things. I was a 21-year-old male living on the outskirts of the city. I personally enjoyed living in a rural area as I found it more peaceful than living in the city where it was often congested with hordes of pedestrians roaming the streets. The area where I resided was made up of crop fields and farmland, not the commonly seen infrastructure I was used to seeing in the city. It was nothing but just farm animals and broad landscapes glistening within the horizon. I usually was in the city for the latter part of my day as I was a full-time Uber driver that worked close to 12 hours a day. I personally didn't like the job a whole lot, but unfortunately, I didn't have much of a choice as I needed to help my parents pay off their mortgage that was lingering over their shoulders for the last decade or so. I wasn't much of a people person, so I would always drive in silence or casually have the radio playing in the background just to ease the subtle awkwardness of a complete stranger sitting in the passenger seat next to me. I remember on this one particular night, I was heading home from a long shift of driving a bunch of drunk college students around the city considering it was the weekend. The time was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I was driving through the back ends of the countryside as it was usually the quickest route to get home. It was generally recommended not to take this direction during these times as there weren't many street lights around, just tall crop fields and one gloomy road ahead. What the hell was that? I remember getting out of my car and slowly approaching the front bumper just to see what the hell collided with my vehicle. I can recall seeing a deer's body laying lifelessly on the dirt road. It was almost as if the sudden impact from my car had completely obliterated the deer's physical frame into a bloody matter of guts and organs scattered all over the ground. The deer was surprisingly still alive as I could hear it wheezing in agony while its legs began twitching from the initial shock of the collision. I legitimately felt sick to my stomach and immediately went inside my car. I didn't know if calling 911 would be the wisest decision considering I was young and naive. I was honestly convinced that there was a possibility that I could go to jail. That's when I ultimately decided to take matters into my own hands. I grabbed a pair of latex gloves from the glove compartment of my car, put them on, and held the deer by its legs while manually dragging the dead carcass off to the side of the road. I began hearing police sirens coming from a distance. That's when the paranoia began settling inside my head as I thought someone from afar had called the cops on me. I then went inside my vehicle and began to drive off, not caring if my car had further trampled whatever life was remaining within that deer. It's just a deer. It's just a deer. Don't worry. It's just a deer. It's definitely not a hit and run. I just made an honest mistake. How the hell could it be my fault if there's no goddamn street lights? I eventually made it home and pulled into my driveway as I decided to clean the remaining blood residue lingering on the hood of my car. I didn't want to raise any suspicion from any onlooking neighbors. So, I decided to park my car inside my garage so I could hose my car without the feeling of being watched. After several minutes of intense cleaning, I decided to quietly approach my washroom without waking up my parents. I began to fill my bathtub up with warm water, as the idea of soaking for an hour or two wouldn't hurt my chances of calming my nerves down. The next couple of shifts, I was able to get back on the horse as I conducted business as usual. I honestly swept the entire deer occurrence under the rug, as I needed to get on with my life and not latch on to a simple mistake that inevitably would have happened. I decided to take an entirely alternate route and not the dark back roads when heading home. I couldn't run the risk of hitting another deer, as the guilt from the first deer still tears me to shreds internally. I remember this one night I worked the usual graveyard hours when I picked up this one girl near a busy location in the city. She surprisingly lived in the direction of where I resided, so I figured dropping her off was a bargain one couldn't refuse. As we made our way home, I remember looking at my rearview mirror and seeing a rotting deer's head carcass laying on the back seat of my car. That's when I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and began jetting through the freeway. The Uber customer yelled, "What the hell are you doing, sir? Can you please pull over? I want to get out. Stop the car. Stop the car. Stop it. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Let me out of your car, you freak." That's when I abruptly swerved my car in the direction of the back roads where I had initially killed the deer. I gradually accelerated my vehicle through the field of crops and trees, while simultaneously contemplating if I was hallucinating or if my brain was playing sadistic tricks on me. I then casually drew my attention towards the passenger, and I could visibly see the woman's head turn into a deer's. It's just a deer. It's just a deer. Don't worry. It's just a deer. It's definitely not a hit and run. I just made an honest mistake. I live in a normal suburban town. It was 4th of July weekend, so I had a mini party in my backyard. My parents were away, so it would work out perfectly. I invited about 20 people. We have a pool, so I told people to bring their bathing suits. I also had some fireworks left over from last year that I told everyone we'd shoot off towards the end of the night. I tried to keep the gathering strictly in the backyard because I didn't fully trust people not to make a mess inside the house. Everything went fine. Anywhere from 20 to 30 people showed up, and everyone stayed in the yard. Some people jumped in a pool, others played drinking games, and later in the night, we shot off some fireworks in the street. The party started to die down after 12, and by 1:30, everyone was gone. There were a million red plastic cups in the yard and tons of empty cans and bottles, but that was a mess to worry about tomorrow. I was beat. I went inside, changed out of my clothes, brushed my teeth, and then crawled into bed. I was pretty buzzed, so I didn't think I'd have any trouble falling asleep. Suddenly, outside I heard firecrackers going off. It sounded like it was right outside my window in our backyard. I got up and looked out the window and, to my confusion and downright horror, I saw a line of firecrackers going off next to our pool. My initial reaction was to yell out the window, "Who did that?" I figured it had to be one of my friends who stayed behind, pranking me. I ran downstairs to the back door. I slid open the glass door but kept the bug screen door closed. I looked around the backyard and said again, "Who's out there?" By now, the firecrackers had finished going off. Someone was back there, and they just set them off. That doesn't happen by accident. I texted as many people as I could think of and then the group chat asking who was still at my house. Only a few people answered, most likely because a lot of people were asleep already. Everyone who answered said they were in bed or at home. Though, I stepped outside into the backyard and looked around for a minute, and when I saw no one, I went back in, shut the door, locked it, and went back upstairs to my room. I was barely in bed for 5 minutes before hearing something come from the upstairs living room down the hall. Then I heard the sound of a beer pong ball falling off the table and bouncing on the wood floor. My heart started to race. Was someone in the house? Did one of my friends pass out on one of the downstairs couches or maybe in one of the other bedrooms? While this seemed like a possibility, I wasn't about to go out there. I got out of bed and went to the door to put my ear up to it and listen. I didn't hear anything for a moment. I waited, and then clear as day, I heard footsteps approaching my door, then the doorknob jiggling. The door was locked. There was a loud bang on the door. I screamed through the door to get out of here or I'll shoot you. A deep male voice on the other side said, "Jack, you in there?" And I heard another deep voice in the room with me say, "Yeah." I turned to the corner by my drawers and realized there was someone there. I screamed my soul out as this man came over to me holding what looked like a gun in his hand. He then put his hand over my mouth and told me to shut up or he'd kill me. He then unlocked the door and opened it, and there was another masked man. They whispered to each other as they had me at gunpoint, now sitting on the bed. One of them then said to me, "Stay right there and don't move." The other guy left the room and went straight to my parents' room. He came back and asked the combination to my parents' safe, which I said I had no idea about, which was the truth. There were a total of 3 intruders in the house. One kept me at gunpoint while the other 2 pilfered the house, stealing my mom's jewelry that was left out along with any other valuables they found. After the longest 10 minutes of my life, one of the men yelled, "Let's go," and the man who had me at gunpoint left the room, and I heard them all hurry out the back door. I tried to see what kind of car they left in through a window, but it appeared they didn't park near my house. I called right away. As soon as police arrived, they asked if we had any cameras around the house, which we didn't. They then asked if I got any of the names or saw any of their faces, and all I could give them was that one of them was referred to as Jack by the others. They asked if I saw the getaway vehicle, and I said no. The police asked a bunch of neighboring houses if they had cameras that may have picked up on the robbers, and after my neighbors all reviewed their doorbell cameras, none of them picked anything up. I think my house was targeted by a group who saw I was having a party, and they set the firecrackers off to leave me outside of the house so they could sneak in. That's the most likely explanation to me. My parents were livid with me for having the party as they believed that led to the robbery, but they also were relieved I'm okay and sympathetic that I had to experience this. Because of this experience, I'm a strong advocate for having security cameras around your house. I used to go bowling quite often with my friends when I was young, around 15 or 16. There was a bowling alley down the block from my friends and I, and so we'd go there on weekends. The bowling alley has been closed for years, but when it was open, it was super cheap and affordable, perfect for a bunch of young teenagers who didn't have money of their own, This one weekend, I went with my friends Conal, Farrer, and Dylan to the bowling alley. We always went at night, around 8 p.m. The bowling alley was always crowded on the weekends, and sometimes we'd see familiar faces. There was this older man who would sometimes be there alone, bowling on the adult side of the bowling alley, where alcohol was served. We always played on the non-alcoholic side. How we took notice to that man was because he'd sometimes just weirdly walk down the entire bowling alley, passing every lane, watching people bowling. Then, we'd notice him end up back at his lane, all by himself. We nicknamed him Guy Bullets after maybe the third time seeing him. Tonight, there was a lane open next to us, and guess who out of nowhere sat next to us? Bullets, or whatever his real name was. He was setting up a game on the lane next to us, by himself, and it wasn't long until he started trying to talk to us. He started making comments on our form, and every so often, interrupting our conversation to tell us weird things, like how long he's been coming here. Then, eventually, he said something really weird that he watches us play every weekend from across the bowling alley, and he decided to come over and introduce himself tonight. He played it off like he was trying to be some kind of bowling teacher to us, but really, it was just annoying and, most of all, uncomfortable. Bullets, at one point, entered our lane as I was up to bowl, and he grabbed my wrist with his hands to position me into an allegedly better form. I never gave him permission to touch me, nor did I ask for his guidance. We cut our night at the bowling alley short because of him. We used the money that we would have used on more games on getting pizza instead, at a pizza place further out the block. When we came out, Conal and Dylan went their own way, since they lived on a different block. Farrer and I walked back down the other way, in the direction of our houses. As we did, the sound of a car engine starting made us turn around. We noticed an old SUV, like a Ford Explorer, making a three-point turn. We both imagined the possibility of it being Deep Bullets. The SUV started slowly tailing us as we walked down the street, so we picked up our pace. Then, the SUV pulled up right alongside us, and the window rolled down. It was, in fact, the man from the bowling alley. He said out the window that he could offer us a ride home. We said no thanks. He replied, "It's not safe for a couple kids to be walking around late at night." We weren't even really that young, we were young teenagers, not little kids, and it was crazy that he thought we were young enough to trick into getting into a car. When we made it clear we weren't getting in, he pulled to the side of the road and parked his car. Farrer and I decided to start jogging home. When we reached the intersection where we'd split off, we said bye, and I continued jogging home. By the time I made it back, I was out of breath. Running after eating pizza is not a good idea. My dad was already asleep because he worked weekends. My mom was out with her girlfriends, most likely, and the same was probably the case with my sister. So, I wasn't supposed to ring the bell because my dad didn't want to be woken up. I went around back to get the key we had for the back door, which was hidden in the shed. When I got out from the shed, I thought I heard something, and I should have listened to my gut. I went to the back door to unlock it, and as I opened the door, I heard the sound of someone running up behind me. Before I could fully turn around, someone pushed me inside the house, covering my mouth and wrapping their arm around my neck. I wasn't able to see who it was because I couldn't turn my head. I scratched and clawed at his hand until I could move my mouth just enough out of the grip of his hand and scream, "Dad." I may have only been 15, but I was able to put up enough of a fight to get him to lose his grip a few times, allowing me to scream. This undoubtedly scared him off, as he finally let go for good and ran outside. I didn't look back. I ran up the half flight of stairs to the main floor and yelled for my dad. My dad came rushing out of his room, and after telling him what just happened, he checked the backyard and all around the property, and then came back inside. I told him about the man from the bowling alley, how we nicknamed him Guy Bullets, how he followed Farrer and I, and his SUV after admitting to stalking us at the bowling alley. My dad filed a police report and tried getting the bowling alley to release Lance from that night, but they refused. I was never allowed to go back there after my mom found out about this, not that I'd ever want to. The crazy thing is, technically, I can't say with 100% certainty that the man who came in behind me and grabbed me was the man from the bowling alley, but realistically, how slim are the chances that it wasn't him? Valentine's Day was coming up. My boyfriend and I had planned a cute dinner like most couples do. As we were walking into the restaurant, there's this couple outside weirdly staring at my boyfriend and me. I slightly shoved my boyfriend's arm as we got inside, and he gave out his name to be put on the wait list. The host said it would be a 45-minute wait and she would text us when our table was ready. My boyfriend said, "Let's go to the mini golf across the street." So, we're walking back to his car, and the lady from the couple stood up and held up her hand, introducing herself as Mrs. Mary. I found it really weird and looked at my boyfriend. The lady still had her hand out. I wasn't trying to be rude, so I gave her a shake. The lady went on to explain that she and her husband think we're a great-looking couple, and they're photographers. They think we would make great photos and asked us to follow them to their studio, as she believed the wait time would be long. She went on to say that she had no card on her, but their place was a 7-minute drive away and they could take us there as well. Red flags were going off, and my boyfriend politely declined, letting her know we had things to do. The look she gave was still one of the most haunting looks ever as she smiled and sat down next to her husband. As we got in the car, I told my boyfriend how creepy that interaction was and how the husband didn't even say a word. As we entered the mini-golf place, we were pretty surprised to find it empty. We laughed the situation off, but in reality, I was still creeped out. This place is not really huge. You can see the front door on all the levels. As we were on our 5th round, I heard the entrance bell ring. I turned to look and my heart sank. It was the same lady with her husband. She seemed to look around, and then, as we made eye contact, she gave me the creepiest smile. I let my boyfriend know, and he turned to look. As they were getting their things, I told my boyfriend I was uncomfortable and we should just go wait in the car, as 15 minutes had already passed, so it wouldn't be much longer. He agreed, and we turned around. They were right behind us, giving us the widest smiles. "Crazy how we both came to this spot," said Mrs. Mary. This time, the husband said, "We should face each other, Mary versus Robert." My boyfriend's heart sank in that moment, as his last name is Robert. We politely declined, not wanting to know how they knew that information, and we said we had to go. Both of their smiles faded as we rushed out of there. I told my boyfriend we should just call it a night and go back to his place since it was closer than mine, plus my parents wouldn't be home until Sunday morning. He said we would go after dinner and not let some random weird couple ruin the night for us. We waited about 15 minutes in his car, talking about how weird the situation was. He got a text from the restaurant saying our table was ready. We ate dinner, and he insisted on paying since it's Valentine's Day, as we usually split the bill. He went to the bathroom, and as I was waiting, I thought I saw that lady peeking out from around a corner. I convinced myself it was just in my head. My boyfriend got out and was ready to go. To get to his place, you have to take this long road surrounded by trees. As we started the drive, we noticed a car following behind. I let my boyfriend know, and we headed into a CVS parking lot. I had to use the restroom, and since it was going to be a drive, we both got out and went. When we came out, we didn't see that car that was potentially following us anywhere, so we made our way to his house. You know that road I talked about earlier, being surrounded by trees? Well, while we were driving on it, about 5 to 7 minutes onto this road, we heard a loud pop and my boyfriend stopped his car. His 2 front tires had popped. He put 2 and 2 together and ran to the car and said, "Get out, there's not much more time before they get here." He cut his engine, turned off the lights, and locked the door. I was so scared and confused, not knowing what was going on. I told him we should wait in the car, but he quickly got me and we ran into the woods. He told me to shush. We were hiding behind some trees and bushes. While we hid, he called the cops and quickly explained where we were and what was happening. The operator asked him to stay on the line, saying the cops would be there in a couple of minutes, but he said he couldn't stay on the line and hung up. As we stayed laying down, we heard a car engine coming up. My boyfriend said to lay flat, and he did too. We heard the engine stop and then the familiar voice of Mrs. Mary, if that was even her real name. She yelled, "We took too long." We heard a car door close and then a car quickly sped away. We stayed down until the cops got there, which was about 2 minutes later. We explained the situation and were told we would be contacted if something came up. I called my sister to come pick us up, and he called a tow truck for his car. For years later, nothing has come up, and we never found out what they wanted or who they were. We're now married with a crazy story to tell our kids.